30th. Denny Dupont in car number 19 for Van der Steur Racing, alongside the lone Alfa Romeo Giulietta Veloce TCR in the field. Car number 5 for KMW Motorsports with TMR Engineering is Tim Lewis Jr. The second row of the grid in TCR, Trenton Estep, an excellent performance for CB Motorsports in its Hyundai Veloster NTCR, will start car number 81 in the 4th position. Alongside him, making his debut this weekend, is Carl Whitmer, the youngest of the 4 Whitmer brothers from Canada, for VGMC Racing in car number 88. That's a Honda Civic FK7 TCRs. 2 more Hondas on the front row of the grid. The 2 Atlanta Speedworks entries. In the 2nd position, the team principal is Todd Lamb in car number 94. And on the pole position for the 2nd time this season, also on pole for the other 4-hour race at Daytona, is Robert Noaker in car number 84. Moving on to GS, Gary Ferreira will start the Capstone Motorsports Mercedes number 60 from the 24th position. That team new to the series this weekend. Alongside him is Ted Giovannis, a new author in car number 64, the team TGM Chevrolet Camaro GT4R. Mark Siegel will start number 93, the car barn with Peregrine Racing Audi R8 GT4 for the 22nd position, alongside Frank Depew, car number 71, the Rebel Rock Racing Chevrolet Camaro. Row 10 of the grid, car number 21, Anton Diaz Pereira, the Riley Motorsports Toyota Supra GT4. Alongside him from Murillo Racing and another Mercedes AMG GT4 is Jeff Mosing in car number 56. The 2nd Riley Motorsports Toyota car number 14 will be started by Javier Quiros, alongside James Pezek in car number 40, PF Racing, the lone Ford Mustang GT4 in this field. The BMW M4 GT4 for car number 96, Vin Barletta for Turner Motorsport will start in the 16th place, alongside Tim Probert, car number 65, Murillo Racing, Mercedes AMG GT4. 3 more Mercedes line up ahead of Tim Probert. On row 7 of the grid on the outside, Nate Vincent for FCP Euro in car number 11. Alongside him is Bryce Ward, car number 57 for Winward Racing. Bryce's son, Russell, will start the sister car just 1 position ahead. That's car number 4 in the 12th position, alongside James Vance in car number 83, the Fast MD Racing Audi R8 GT4. 10th position on the grid, Dylan McIvern, car number 95 for Turner Motorsport BMW M4 GT4. Alongside the Volt Racing with Archangel Aston Martin Vantage GT4 is number 7, Alan Brynjolfsson. Spencer Piggott in 8th place, car number 3, the Motorsports in Action McLaren 570S GT4, alongside another Aston Martin Vantage for Automatic Racing, car number 09, an excellent qualifying effort for the local driver, originally from Syracuse but now lives in Rochester, is Brandon Kidd in the car number 09. Row 3, Ryan Hardwick, car number 16, Wright Motorsports, Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Alongside the best qualifying of the Chevrolets for Team TGM, car number 46, is Hugh Plum. Row 2, Andrew Davis, car number 8 for McCann Racing, another Audi R8 GT4, alongside 1 more Aston Martin Vantage GT4 for Nordland Racing by RS1. Car number 23, the starting driver, is Patrick Gallagher. Moving on to the front row of the grid. Making its debut in the Michelin Pilot Challenge is the Black Dog Speed Shop team with a McLaren 570S GT4. Also making his debut in this championship, although he's massive experience in these sorts of cars, in car number 34 is Michael Cooper, who's originally from New York. And alongside him on the pole position for the 2nd time this season, the 5th time in his career, another McLaren 570S GT4 for the AWA team out of Canada in car number 13 is Kuno Whitmer.
Well done, Jeremy. Take a deep breath as he's just gone through the whole field there. 4 hours, not just the normal 2. We have 240 minutes. So much more to play out. Glad you can join us. Cars are rolling behind the safety car, heading towards the inner loop as the afternoon is pushing on here at the Watkins Glen International Race Circuit. We're live in sound. We're about to add vision as IMSA Radio and IMSA TV come together for the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Delighted to be with you as the Michelin Pilot Challenge goes to 4 hours for the second and final time of the 2021 season. We're in Finger Lakes, New York region, upstate New York, for beautiful Watkins Glen. Great to have your company. Hello everybody, I'm John Hindorf. What a circuit this is as you join us in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. 11 corners, just under 3.5 miles for 20 consecutive years from 1961. The home of the US Grand Prix, Formula One Grand Prix that is. It has hosted pretty much every type of motorsport that you could ever wish to see. Came out of the imperative to take motor racing away from the local roads where it was thought to be too dangerous after some tragic accidents. But the great news for all of us as motor racing and particularly as sports car fans is just how much the circuit here reflects the local terroir, as the French would say, the local topography. It carves its way through this green and pleasant land. With me here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre is Jeremy Shaw. Looking forward to this one as ever, Jeremy. Double the excitement for the Michelin Pilot Challenge in terms of the distance.
Yeah, brilliant. Super excited. Really tight field, lots of cars. It should be a very, very competitive race. The McLarens, they've actually been sort of slowed down a little bit since the last race. They've had to add 40 kilos of weight compared to the last time out at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. But, you know, this is the sort of track that's going to suit these cars. They can stretch their legs on the long straights, and it's smooth as well after that resurface a few years ago. So it really does suit the McLarens. They're going to start 1 and 2 on this grid.
Wherever you are around the US or around the world, good to have your company on RS2 IMSA Radio. And outside the US, if you want to tune in with sound and vision, go to imsaradio.com, click the live video button. If you want to get in touch with Jeremy or me in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, all you have to do is tweet at IMSA Radio, and that will come up right in front of our very eyes. Really looking forward to this one. Excitement aplenty. It's the final action of what has been a very busy Saturday, with the sale in 6 hours to come tomorrow, which is exclusively live on IMSA Radio, with our colleagues at NBCSN having such a busy day. Their highlight show is at midnight Sunday night for the big show tomorrow. Set your DVRs for that and tune in to us for the full live coverage. Oh, problem for one of the Aston Martins. That's the Volt Racing car going very slowly indeed, and causing a wee bit of a traffic jam into the inner loop. That was the Brynjolfsson Volt Racing with Archangel Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Can't miss that one in its bright yellow colours. It's moving again, so maybe just giving Gallen giving himself just a wee bit of room. McLaren, all McLaren front row. The walking firm with two 570S GT4s in the hands of the AWA team on pole position for Kuno Whitmer. Black Dog Speed Shop will share the front row for what should be a very interesting run down to the first corner. The number 34 car, great to have them in the championship, and has Michael Cooper, man from Huntington, New York, so not too far away from home ground for him. Behind them, the Aston Martin Vantage GT4, winner last time out for the Vantage, but not from the Lad Racing by RS1 team. Gallagher driving the 23 car. From McCann Racing, we've got the Audi R8 GT4. The number 8 car will be piloted at the start by Andrew Davis. Behind them on Team 3, or Row 3, excuse me, the number 46 is Hugh Plum starting the Team TGM Chevy Camaro with Ryan Hardwick for Wright Motorsports alongside. Then on row 4, Spencer Piggott for Motorsports in Action with the McLaren 570 GT4. So that's 3 McLarens in the top 8. And then that Brynjolfsson Volt Racing with Archangel car in position 9. And on outside of row 5, Dylan McAvern for Turner Motorsport, the BMW number 95. That's how they line up, that's how they're starting. The green flag's in the air and they're down towards the first corner with the 2 McLarens already disputing first position. Similar manufacturers, of course, but not the same team, so there would have been no team orders. There might have been a bit of discussion. Oh, I'm not sure about that, as they go side by side through the uphill for the first time through the S's, and that was slowing them both down and taking advantage there. The Aston Martin GT4, the red and white car, Gallagher going through the Lotland Racing by RS1. Here comes the TCR field, which has its own start further back down the field as the leading GT4 cars, the GS cars, are going through the inner loop. We've got to start at the TCR. Atlanta Speedworks locked out the front row. 3 Honda Civics actually, with the VGMC Racing Kuno Whitmer driven car in 3rd position. CB Motorsports for Hyundai with the Veloster. Trent Nesta in 4th. And I was just about to say we've got away with it, but we have not. 57 has gone around, and that's Bryce Ward, who's been in a spin in turn 6. I don't think he hit the wall there, Jeremy. Got the brakes on in time, pointing in the right direction now, and that silver, black and red car is heading towards the toe of the boot. Question was that a little help? Oh no, Bryce actually trying not to run into his son right ahead of him and just over braked a bit going downhill into turn 6.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, I think, for Bryce, but did a really good job to jump on the anchors and make sure he didn't make any contact with the tyre wall there. So he's going to be rejoined, somewhat chastened at the back of the pack. What a start that was for Michael Cooper there from Syosset, New York. So pretty close by here, Watkins Glen. He certainly considers this his home track. And right tucked in behind him now is that not lad Aston Martin of Patrick Gallagher. So 2 irregular drivers for this season. It's amazing to me that Michael Cooper we started 1 race in this series before. That was back in 2011, believe it or not. He finished 8th. But this, other than that, he's been a massively successful driver in the SRI World Challenge Series. Got all sorts of championships there, as has that Black Dog Speed Shop team. So great to see them here for the first time this weekend. Originally, the team principal, Tony Gables, was planning to drive alongside Michael Cooper, but he managed to injure himself a couple of weeks ago, so he's not here this weekend. And a pretty useful stand-in driver there, a guy by the name of Spencer Pumpelly, who's had success in the past.
Yeah, just a bit of experience being drafted in there. Another one of these plug-and-play performance accessories, I think you can say, for Spencer P.
Yeah, and amazingly, John, it's the first time that, well, maybe not amazingly, but that Friday was the first time that Spencer actually driven a McLaren. But he got to grips with that car very, very quickly. Right away in the first session he drove it, he was turning competitive lap times, as you would have expected for somebody of Spencer's experience and competence. But he was certainly loving his opportunity to drive this McLaren for the Black Dog Speed Shop team.
Let's go to Shea Adam, the AWA McLaren, starting on the front row. Drop back to 3rd position. The FAF supported number 13, the yellow front and charcoal rear end. Here's a VP Racing Field Pit and Paddock update. Shea, what do you have?
Well, Trevor McClure texting me immediately to say the car is fine. They're not fighting for a glory win or to try and win the race on lap 1. Kuno Whitmer comes into this race having won 2 of the 3 previous races this season. 920 points versus 800 for 2nd place. They know that it's easy to lose that advantage that they've built up, and they're not trying to do that in the first 5 minutes of this 4-hour race.
The old adages and cliches, Jeremy, get to be adages and cliches because there's quite a lot of truth in them. You can only lose a race at the first corner. You can seldom win it. I think that's very sensible. Whitmer's just put in the fastest lap of the race as he's in relatively clear air, about a second or so behind the 2 leaders. No need to be doing door banging. Michael Cooper wanted to go through in the Black Dog Speed Shop, the dark, almost black number 34. Let him go. Let's live to fight another day. No sense of being in the wall at turn 1 at lap 1, is there?
None whatsoever, and he's been around long enough to know that. And what's cool for Kuno in this race, and not only did he start on the pole position, but his younger brother Carl made his debut in this championship again. Another guy with a lot of success, primarily in the SRO series, but he is running now up into the second place in the VGMC Honda Civic. So he's chasing Robert Noaker, the pole sitter. The two Whitner brothers, one of them in third place right now, that's Kuno, and Carl in second place in TCR.
Hello to Richard Robinson, who's tuned in at IMSA Radio, Glenn Watts in South Florida. Lots of thoughts going to those around the Miami area. Awful news from Surfside coming in the last couple of days. Certainly all of our hearts go out to everybody down there, particularly those who are waiting for news of relatives. Hopefully we are providing a little bit of a distraction here if you are involved in that unfolding tragedy. Cross the line for another lap, and it is still the low-slung McLaren number 34 that leads the motor race down to the difficult downhill braking area at turn 1. It's not much braking, to be honest, with these cars. The McLaren in this GT4 specification looking relatively street stock. You could almost imagine that, Jeremy, you and Riley just disappearing off up the hills for a little Sunday morning drive in that, couldn't you? Maybe the soft top version, if you're going to put Riley in there as well.
Good idea.
Motorsport's coolest dog. And if you don't believe us, watch Jeremy on the socials with Riley, who is a character to say the very least. Top three then, just breaking away for the moment from the Audi R8 GT4 of Andrew Davis and McCann Racing. It's 34, that's the McLaren, the dark coloured car for the 23. Mostly red Aston Martin in second. The 13 AWA Aston Martin just dropping back for the moment. That's the yellow fronted car. And then Andrew Davis in that McCann Racing machine. Andrew just trying to bridge the gap across to the leading three as they go down to the heel of the boot at turn number 8. Smashing weather again for this event. Track temperature a toasty 36 degrees Celsius, and that in Fahrenheit is nearly into 3 digits, 97. It's 82 Fahrenheit in the air, which is reasonable, 28 degrees, but the humidity's gone up a little bit. It was around mid-50s earlier on today, but a few gathering clouds in the distance has pushed that up over 60%. So at the front of the field, the Empire has struck back with the British, who have arrived at the front of the field. Aston and 2 McLarens, then the Audi. Spencer Piggott now picking up the pace in 5th position, Jeremy, in that Motorsport in Action McLaren. A new fastest race lap in this competition, a 1:56.2.
Yeah, that's right. Fractionally quicker than Michael Cooper on that last lap. So Spencer, he qualified in the 8th position, but up 3 places already in the early stages here in that the Mia car, the Mia McLaren. And meanwhile, back in TCR land, it's the Hondas that are still running 1 and 2 there, with Robert Noaker ahead of Carl Whitmer, and Trenton Estep, a really good, strong runner in the 3rd place as well. That is the number 81 car for CB Racing.
All good stuff so far, so good. Just that one half spin from Bryce Ward, but he has recovered. He's dropped down to 22nd in class, still ahead of the Capstone Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4, which is battling with some of the faster running TCR category cars at the moment. Toyota Gazoo Racing Supra, 2 thereof this week, Jeremy. A great addition to the championship, running in the Toyota racing colours, the Gazoo racing colours of mainly white with black and red, and they're running in team formation at the moment and looking fairly racy coming into turn 8.
Yeah, that's right. New to the series this season, of course, the Toyota Supra GT4 car, and Riley Motorsports making the switch to run those cars. They've run the second car now in the last couple of races, and they're both running pretty solidly in the middle of the pack right now, but I would certainly expect them to move forward later on in this race. Anton Diaz-Pereira, having switched across from a Mercedes he started off the season with, he's running with Colin Brown and Scott Andrews joining in for the Scott Andrews regularly, and then Colin Brown joining in for the longer races as well. So that's a really stout lineup in car number 21. And for car number 14, Alfredo Najri and Julian Santero, who's back from for this race after having started in the opener at Daytona from Argentina. A lot of success he has had in South America, joined this weekend by Felipe Fraga, making his debut in this championship, and we know how quick Felipe Fraga is.
Yeah, there's another driver who's never going to make a car slower when he jumps into it. Keeping an eye on some reports of contact. Shea Adam is on that in our VP Racing Fuel Pit Paddock report. We'll get back to you in a moment or two on that one. Find out if there's been any damage. But right now there's a really good battle going on in behind the number 16 Porsche. Now that is the very light blue colour car. It's Ryan Hardwick who's driving it for Wright Motorsports. It's in 7th at the moment. Then the Automatic Racing Aston right in there. Then Brynjolfsson, who's just pulled out to defend from the Fast MD Racing Audi number 83, James Vance in 11th position, and he's still round the back of that bright yellow Aston Martin as they come through turn number 9. And in behind that we have the Turner Motorsport Vim Barletta car that's making his way through as well. Dive down the inside for the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. That's at the toe of the boot, and that is a position made up for the now Singleton entry. Aston Martin, and off goes the Roadshagger Racing number 61 right at that part of the circuit. We're sitting in 13th position for Gavin Ernstone in class. The KWM Motorsports Alpha, by the way, going up into 5th position. Now let's see if Gav can get this car running. I think there was, that's heavy damage on the right rear with one of the GS cars. It was the number 64. That's Ted Giovannis, and I think there might be a bit of right rear suspension damage there, Jeremy. Gavin normally pretty quick to get the car running again if he can, but this, if that car can't move, is going to be a full course yellow. There's also damage to the left front of the chrome blue Beyond Fear GT4 Camaro. Beyond Fear is Ted's book, just been released in the US. That's a case of 3 into turn 7 isn't going to go there.
No, and Gavin Ernstone, he was already pretty wide going into that corner, so he was trying to give Ted Giovannis room, I think, but unfortunately contact made between those two, and it was definitely Gavin Ernstone that came off significantly worse, although Ted Giovannis is in the pit lane as well.
So Shea Adam with our first VP Racing Fuel pit report. Not by any stretch of the imagination is this a scheduled stop, Shea.
No, minimum drive time for this race is 40 minutes. It's the normal 4-0 minimum stint time, but Ted Giovannis coming in needing a new left front Michelin.
Shea break in there. There's been a huge incident, and it's the other Camaro. It's been bad for the bow tie. This is the Urban Grid number 71 car. That is very badly damaged indeed for Frank Depew and for Rebel Rock Racing. Both ends of that car severely damaged. Coming up to turn 10, limping at the moment. Also in the pits is the 16 Wright Motorsport Porsche. Pits are now closed. Pits are closed, and we are going full course yellow. Huge incident. Now, was that a single car incident? It was coming out of the heel of the boot, turn number 8, and it looks like Frank Depew has looped across the track either been pushed there or has spun up the rear tyres, crossed the track and gone hard into the wall on driver's right. Full course yellow, full course caution, and the safety car will be deployed. Yeah, Frank went wide on his own and just lost it over the wrong side of the curbs. Thank goodness that part of the circuit, Jeremy Shaw, from experience gains here at the track for many years, that is a common incident there, and there's a double layer of tyres there protecting the hard metal barriers. That was a big incident for Frank Depew.
Yeah, it really was. Just carried a bit too much speed into the corner, got wide, got over the curbs, tried to keep his foot in it. Unfortunately, the car wasn't straight when he did that, so kind of wasn't able to quite counter steer enough, and that car just spears across the track. That was a really heavy impact and a lot of damage to that Rebel Rock Chevrolet Camaro. What a shame. Frank was doing his normal sensible job, running down towards the back half of the field certainly, but that's all he needed to do. His goal always is to bring that car back after his stint and hand it to Robin Liddell on the lead lap. If you could do that, anything can happen, and usually does with Robin at the wheel, but unfortunately that's not going to happen today.
No, not at all. Fair play to Frank for finding a way out of the circuit. He's got well out the way. That car's not going to play any major part today, and so he got out of the way. There's still some cleanup to do. Coming into the pit around the time of the full course yellow, in and out of the pit, the Wright Motorsport Cayman, the blue and black car. Shea Adam, what was all that in aid of? Had there been a little bit of contact earlier?
No, they saw the car off on the side of the track and figured that there would be a full course caution, so they had told Ryan to come into the pit lane for a splash of fuel only. He came into the pit lane 2 seconds after the full course caution, but he was already within the bounds of the pit commit line, so no harm, no foul, and great strategy by Johnny Wright and all of the boys and girls for Wright Motorsport. Got to give credit to Bobby V too for that one.
Okay, so he's just extended how far he can go into the stint with what have we got 17 minutes elapsed. Good news, by the way, Frank Depew, thumbs up, sort of a bit of a shrug there, saying, yeah, not sure what happened there, but I can't see that as being anything other than a little mistake from Frank. Maybe the Michelin tyre is still a little bit not quite up to temperature and pressure. He went way over the curbs at the exit of turn 8, middle of turn 8 actually. Looks like he didn't get the turn in properly, and at that point he was struggling for grip. Car spears back across to the right. We've all done it somewhere in the world, either in virtual reality or in real life. Already the AMR safety team are at the scene of the accident. Frank is behind the wall, and we've got course workers there with him as well, checking him out. Meantime, Gavin Ernstone's car also needing recovery as Gavin beats a path to the AMR Chase rapid response vehicle, the 02 car, one of the Cayenne GTSs. And on the front straight, another problem, Jeremy, with one of the TCR front runners.
Yeah, that's the number 17 car, isn't it? That's the car that dominated at Daytona, the opening round of the season. Was also looking good for a second win at Sebring until having a mechanical problem. Dr. Will Talley starting off this car. He did a stellar job at Daytona, but it looked like an early retirement. Well, I don't know if it was retirement. It was certainly ground to a halt there, and it doesn't seem to be under its own power at the moment. That's really unfortunate for that team, with Mikey Taylor and Chris Miller sharing that number 17 car with Dr. Will.
Yeah, Frank Depew still surveying the damage on the Urban Grid Rebel Rock Racing Camaro. Shit. The problem with anybody with damaged cars is there is a very short turnaround time before we're back racing again in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. If there's any good news, they don't have to take it anywhere.
Well, you've got just under 6 full days to try and get the car fixed and back out for the race. Qualifying is in 5 days. So there is that. You don't have to load everything up and pack up the tent, pack up the pit box, do all of that jazz. But you still have to get the car fixed. And I don't know how many spare Chevy Camaro chassis there are hanging around. I'm sure that they could find one if there was, though. But I hope the damage isn't too bad and that the Rebel Rock crew doesn't have that busy of a week. Just a quick note, too, by the way, on that car that stopped on the front straight, the number 17 Audi, that's the JDC Miller Motorsport car that won the 4-hour race in January. So they were looking strong for this endurance race. But if they can't get fire back in it, that might be day done.
Already lost a lap, which is not the end of the world in terms of a 4-hour race. Opportunity perhaps to get a wave by or use some tricky pit strategy. But right now, that's very bad news indeed for the Unitronic JDC Miller Motorsport Audi RS3 LMS with the sequential gearbox. There's 2 available gearboxes for that RS3. The sequential, which is a little bit heavier, but it changes a little bit quicker. And the DSG, effectively the double clutch gearbox that you would find in some clever street cars. The new version of the RS3 LMS has made its competition debut. It was on the Nürburgring a few weeks ago in the TCR World Championship. New body shell, new body shape for that car, and you can be absolutely certain that as a new version of the car, that Audi Customer Sport Racing will not have slowed it down any. It'll be cleverer, it'll be easier to work on, and probably easier to drive, or at least more consistent to drive. And we wait for customer versions of the endurance spec of that car. Sprint version of that car used to just doing about 40 minutes. We get these TCRs, which have turned into very, very capable endurance racing cars, running up to 24 hours, in fact, in some of the other race series that I find myself talking about. Well, can't wait to see that new version of the RS3 TCR. Looks very purposeful indeed. Good work, Jeremy, by the track services. They've got everything cleared up pretty quickly, and helped by the fact that didn't have to get the Camaro off the track, at least. That was done very sensibly by its driver.
Yeah, hats off to Frank Dupuy for doing that, certainly. But really unfortunate to see 3 cars out of the race, of both of the sequential Audi cars. That's for completely different reasons, it would appear. And I just got a text back from Mikey Taylor. He said, we don't know what the problem is right now. He says, Will Tally is saying there's just no drive, but there is gear selection on the dash. So maybe it's an axle issue or a gearbox problem of some sort. And that number 17 car, that's really unfortunate, because that team, they've had no luck at all since a brilliant comeback at Daytona. They were 2 laps down early in that 4-hour race at Daytona, came back to win it, dominated that race, and then were doing the same at Sebring, like I said, until they had a problem there. But looks like another problem here for that number 17 liquid moly car.
Race control 52 minutes and 40 seconds past the hour, so about 6 minutes ago, called this as a short yellow, so no pass around.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, John.
Yeah.
In that case, are they allowed to come into the pits and take on service?
Not yet. Pits are closed.
Well, quite, didn't we see the number 16 car? It came in right before. Okay, it was in right before the course.
He was in the pit commit area before the light at the entrance of pit lane was on. It's quite a long run in here to the pit lane from in between 10 and 11, I suppose. And the pit close light is there. There's a couple of seconds grace given to allow for the fact that you may be committed to the pit lane when the light comes on, and of course it would be just as dangerous to try and turn out and get back on the front straight as it would be to stay in, and that's what they allow that for. So race control have got a camera down there that they can take a look at, but I'm not seeing at the moment that there is any kind of investigation for that 16 going in to the pit lane. So we asked the cars to pack up, no pass around, but there will be a class split. So all of the GS cars will go back to the front of the field before we go green. And whilst we're on the race control area of operation, that incident between Ted Giovanis and Gavin Ernstone, the chrome blue Camaro number 64 and the dark grey Audi number 61 going into turn 7, that is under review by race control at the moment. We'll let you know if there's any penalty assessed for that. So that's our race control housekeeping complete, with a reminder that we will be back here Thursday and Friday for another round of IMSA races, including the Michelin Pilot Challenge and the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. We'll add to that the IMSA Prototype Challenge. They're all racing on Friday, so not even a week away, but giving the teams, I'm sure, the opportunity for those who aren't rebuilding cars to spend some quality time in what is a gorgeous area of the United States here in the Finger Lakes region of upstate New York. I think the classic words of plenty to see and do apply absolutely to this area of the world. Clock continues to run. We're coming towards about 30 minutes completed, and we're still a little ways away, Jeremy, I think, from going back to a green flag. Opportunity to have a quick look through the field in TCR. Atlanta Speedworks, who started first and second. Robert Noaker still leads in the 84 Honda Civic from VGMC Racing's similar FK7 TCR. Kenna Whitmer in that car. CB Motorsports has the best of the Hyundais at the moment. Trenton Estep in third position in the 81 from Todd Lamb in the Atlanta Speedworks Honda Civic in fourth position. That is the number 94. Top 6 made up by the number 19 Van der Ster Hyundai Veloster, and the Elantra N, the new body shape car for Harry Gottsacker and Brian Hurt at Autosport, with Curb Agajanian in sixth position. At the front of the field, it is the GS category, and we have just split the field back up again. Black Dog Speed Shop, McLaren 570, Michael Cooper leads from Patrick Gallagher in second place, 34 from 23. The Not Lad Racing Aston Martin red car in second place, with the fastest lap as well, a 56.1 for that particular team. Kuno Whitmer for AWA's McLaren packed up again in third, with Andrew Davis for coverage in the number 8 McCann Racing Audi R8 GT4. Then Spencer Piggott for Motorsport in action, getting plenty of time to get acquainted with his McLaren 570S GT4. And the top 6 in GS, made up by the other team, TGM Camaro. That is the Plums. Hugh Plum started that. Matt will take it over from him later on. That's the 46 car in sixth position. That's how it stands, with 28 minutes gone, 3 hours and 32 to go in this 4-hour context. The Tioga Downs Casino Resort, 2:40 at the Glen. Got the advantage, thanks to our friends at NASCAR Productions, to cycle through some of the, and by the way, hello to everybody at NASCAR Productions up in Charlotte, North Carolina. Exceptionally busy weekend they're having as well this weekend, to cycle through some of the onboard cameras, and one or two of them, and Jeremy, you've picked out one in particular, but I've noticed a few of them, the seats are moving around rather more than I would have expected them to, even when the guys are just warming their tyres up.
It seemed to be, which can't be right, surely. Maybe it was an optical illusion of some sort, I don't know. That's what it looked like to me. It was the PF Racing Mustang, wasn't it? I think we were on board with, yeah. And he was weaving left and right. I don't know. It looked like the seat was moving, but surely it can't have been.
It almost...
no, it was.
I think it was. It looked like it was one of those motion seats. No movement at all inside the Riley Motorsports GT4 Supra. I would find that unnerving, to be honest, if that seat was moving around. It's a chat for another day, perhaps, because it looks like we're going back to green with... we'll come to the line with just about 30 minutes completed, I would have expected people to have packed up a wee bit. I thought the safety car lights were out there. We may be going for another lap. Nope, safety car still out, according to the tracker. That's the advantage that I have. It's moving slowly down to turn 4. Ah yes, the lights are still on in the front valance. I caught a glimpse of the gloss black roof of the C8 and thought that was the black light bar. C8, by the way, for those of you in Europe, will be available in Europe very shortly. Orders being taken now for the launch edition, and the great news for those in the UK, hint hint, is there is a right-hand drive version finally coming. That'll make its way to Australia as well. Another right-hand drive market, priced at the launch edition at somewhere around about £90,000, which, if you say it quick, doesn't seem a lot of money. Actually, with all seriousness, for the amount of performance that that car has, it's a bit of a performance bargain for a truly iconic sports car. And they are due in, I think, August or September time, the first deliveries of those. I suspect there will be relatively long queues of people around the 3 or 4 Corvette dealers that there are spread across the UK. Unfortunately, the right-hand drive cars don't get the IMSA competition pack that you can get in the left-hand drive markets, so you can have it in the colours of either the 3 or the 4 car with special carbon kick plates celebrating their IMSA championship. So one more lap, and certainly is a bit of movement on that Recaro seat in that number 40, which the PF Racing Ford, and I would find that very off-putting. I like a stable platform, I'll be honest, because you don't want to be hanging on. Even if you go go-karting, you don't want to be moving around in the seat, because then you tend to grip with your hands too much, and that can be very tiring, I find. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, please do, throughout the remaining 3 hours and 28 minutes. Corey G joining us late and saying, whatever happened that's caused enough kitty litter to clean up a humid society? It was a mistake, as I think we're going to go back green. It was a mistake by the Urban Grid number 71 Rebel Rock racing car. We are going back to green, and the Astons dived straight into the pit lane, following in the safety car, and there's other people coming in as well, straight off the end of the safety car period. I'll allow Shea to do a bit of research on that one, side by side for position from the number 40 James Pesek, who has Vim Barletta disputing that position with him, as they were fighting for what is 13th and 12th position. But a fabulous restart by Black Dog Speed shot again, Jeremy. Great start, great restart by Michael Cooper.
Yeah, really gets right with the program, doesn't he, Michael? No messing around there, and immediately leaps ahead. Of course, he's helped by the Not Loud Aston coming onto the pit lane. Not quite sure why it would have come in just then. I suppose the car, everybody else isn't yet fully up to speed, but curious decision. And he will go back out there, and he'll need another full course caution to make any advantage of that, I would have thought.
Shea, what can you tell us from the Aston Martin, the Not That Aston Martin team, in this VP Racing Fuel pit report?
Well, I can tell you what it says in the driver's briefing, John. For a short yellow, pits open after all cars pass pit in, coming to the restart. You tell me, was that all the cars having passed pit in? Because I seem to remember this exact situation happening at Sebring and no penalties being issued.
Yeah, you're right, and that's why I set you away to go and find the regulation. There are series where you've got to have a full lap before you can come in. Here in IMSA, basically, you've got to wait for everybody to go by, which effectively means surely a full lap, because even if you're last, you haven't gone by when you pull into the pit lane. Let's see what race control makes of that. No point in trying to second guess it. Green flag has been out for a lap, so everybody getting back up to speed, and it was a long yellow, and a touch between the TCR Hyundais, and sideways for the number 77 and in. Why, that's got a very long way at turn 10, and it has reached the gravel. That's very, very unusual indeed. For Tyler Hagler, for Brian Herter Autosport in that number 77, and that could well bring out another yellow flag. Looked like a touch down the inside, and Taylor Hagler went around. It was the red and white number 5-4 car with Michael Johnson behind the wheel that was the protagonist there, bouncing up over the curb for the 77 eggshell blue car, and then very unluckily just spinning with now all 4 Michelin tyres in the gravel. No point in even attempting that to get out of that, I wouldn't have thought, Jeremy. That's just not going to pull itself out of there.
No, and that most unfortunate for Taylor Hagler, of course. She was leading the championship coming into this weekend, along with Michael Lewis in that number 77 car. So this is exactly what they didn't need going into this race. They had a 40-point lead over Ryan Eversley, who is driving the Honda, which is currently running in 4th position at the moment. He's actually dropped back a bit, actually, hasn't he? Todd Lamb back to 11th. How did that happen? I missed that. Trenton Estep all of a sudden is leading in TCR.
That was the bit of the schmozzle then going back to green flag. We have only lasted a lap or two, barely at 2 laps actually. CB Motorsports, Trenton Estep up to 20th position ahead of Kuno Whitmer. And then it's Van der Steur Racing, then it's Noeka down to 4th position. So there was a bit of a reshuffle on the restart. Adam?
It's Carl Whitmer in TCR.
Carl.
We've got 2 K Whitmers on the timing screen. And,
yes.
But
we need a K and a KU, don't we?
Yes. Yeah, well, they did that for us with the Lamara, who was it? Gosh, we've had 2 situations before of people with very similar names. Oh, D. Joneses, Derek Jones and Devin Jones. We've had that before in the past. But there was a bit of good-natured frivolity between Ryan Eversley and Taylor Hagler, because they were teammates last year, and now Ryan is basically coaching Taylor in another series with her responsibilities for Honda. They were going back and forth talking about how Taylor was beating Ryan in the Drivers' Championship for TCR, and Ryan said, yeah, let's talk after the Glen. So they were doing some good-hearted trash talking on the plane ride up here.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't Taylor's fault. She was just turning into the corner there and got tipped from the other Hyundai that was alongside her. He was trying to make a pass, but it certainly wasn't clearly alongside, and that's only half job done there for Michael Johnson. Shame for Michael, unlike him, to make a mistake like that.
Yeah, and I interrupted myself trying to answer Corey G about why all that oil dry was down from the last yellow flag. It was Frank Depew who went wide at turn 8 and then scuttled back across the track in the Urban Grid Camaro, the Rebel Rock racing car, and pretty much hit square on the front of the car into the tyre barriers in that short run up from 8 to 9 on driver's right, and then bounced back out again, split an awful lot of radiators, etc. He drove it off the track immediately behind the wall as a cut through just at turn 9. That's where the car's gone. Probably already back to the pits by now. That's what left all the fluid. Now Taylor Hagler is moving again. I was going to say, did she lose a lap? Yes.
I think so. Or did she? Yes, she did. Yeah.
Right.
But the good news is it's a 4-hour race, and as we saw at Daytona, with the there was the 94 car was going to come into the pits and decided last minute not to. I think that was probably because the pits were closed, perhaps.
Adam, I think, has been talking to the team.
Quickly, as we saw,
sorry, go ahead,
Daytona number 17 car able to come back from 2 laps down to win that race, the 4-hour race. Talking to number 17, by the way, gearbox failure confirmed on that number 17 car.
The Atlanta Speedworks number 94, the blue and yellow machine, look to be coming into the pits.
They are having a boost issue with that car that they're actively monitoring, the Atlanta Speedworks car. And late dive-in by Andrew Davis coming into the pit lane. Now, your pit commit, you're supposed to have 2 wheels below that yellow line. He crossed all 4 when it's solid. I think that might wind up being a penalty later on. But we've got pit stops going on. Michael Cooper is in for the Black Dog Speed Shop McLaren. He is going to be staying in the pit lane as Spencer Pompelli takes over around Watkins Glen. He's going to be busy tomorrow as well. Will Spencer driving the Magnus with Archangel Racing Acura, but for today it's McLaren. You'll notice 1 gun over the wall for this car. That's because McLarens have 1 center locking wheel nut, so they are only allowed to change 1 tire at a time. Whereas some of the other cars on the pit lane, such as Hugh Plum in the Camaro for Team TGM, or Brandon Kidd for the Aston Martin for the automatic racing, or perhaps even the Porsche for Wright Motorsports, which just came back in and took another splash of fuel. They all are allowed to change 2 tires at a time because they've got 5 lug nuts on the wheel. It's old school, but we love it. A quick stop by Turner Motorsports, getting, I believe, that's Dylan McIvern back out really quickly as, the number 95. Excellent stop. Slow stop for Black Dog Speed Shop. They are learning on their IMSA debut how our rulebook works, and they're learning how the pit stops work. This was not a good stop for them, but a really good move for Wright and Turner Motorsports. My apologies, Turner.
Yeah, came in the lead, going to go out dead last of the GS cars. I think they had a sticky wheel nut. They use centre lock wheels, so a single centre lug nut on that McLaren. So they only allowed one wheel gun over the wall at one time, and I think they've lost a couple of wheel nuts. The man with a gun had to run back and get another wheel nut, which he then dropped. Now, he would have only had to have done that if he'd already used the ones that were on his belt, because you tend to have a couple of spares on your belt as well. So I think they've been a wee bit untidy there. The only good thing to come from that, Jeremy, is that happened whilst they were under yellow. So yes, they've lost track position, but my goodness, that would have been probably a dropped lap if they'd done that stop under green.
Yeah, look on the bright side, right?
I'm trying. I'm a little happy optimist, really, you know.
Yeah, and the car has been fast, so no major concerns there. But that team, it's a really good team. They've had a lot of success in the World Challenge Series, but of course they're not as used, apart from in the Sprintex side of things, to having competitive pit stops like this. So it's a steep learning curve there, but huge amount of experience at that team. The team manager is Ray Sorensen, who for years and years was one of the chief mechanics at Newman House Racing on their IndyCar program. So there's a lot of experience there in that Chicago-based team.
A lot of experience.
Yes.
That's LOT, all in capital letters. If you're not familiar with IMSA Racing, with the Michelin Pilot Challenge, we split the pit stops up, so the GS cars were in last time around. This time it'll be the TCR cars, which means we'll go back to Shea Adam for this VP Racing Fuel pit report.
And we've got a lot of the cars coming into the pit lane, starting off with Trenton Estep in that number 81 Hyundai for CB Motorsports. He should be heading over to Mark Fame for this next stint. Tristan is their ace in the hole sort of thing. He is their super speedy gun. So they are doing the driver change, getting in, getting out, putting 2 new tires onto this car. The Michelin's on the front because the Michelin's on the back are just there to hold the exhaust off the ground from dragging, as we have learned with TCR cars and front-wheel drive cars. Also into the pit lane, the 88, that was Carl Whitmer for the Honda team. Robert Noaker, the pole sitter for Atlanta Speedworks, also into the pit lane. I believe Robert will be getting out and handing over to Brian Henderson for this middle stint. Todd Lamb came in the 94. He should be staying aboard. That's the car that is dealing with the boost issues at the moment, and the 40-minute mark has elapsed. Actually, we could be seeing our finishing drivers in the cars from here on out at this stage, particularly for the drivers with only 2 per car. Who else had a really good stop? The Hyundai for Copeland had a good stop, as well as the 54 for Michael Johnson, still in the pit lane, but I would expect that'll be Steven Simpson to the end of this one.
Shea Adam with that VP Racing Fuel pit report. Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, I think, was the Alpha then the only car that did not come onto the pit lane in TCR, Shea? I think so.
I believe you are correct, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Yes, Tim Lewis staying out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as such then promotes himself to eighth position overall, right in the middle of a whole load of GS cars. But that will, of course, be reset because the GS cars will all split again. That is something that will happen before we go back to green. So, remember...
What a messy start.
Yes, very messy start. 45 minutes in, we've hardly had any racing yet. And we've got Kuno Whitmer, and it is Kuno Whitmer in the AWA McLaren, back to the front of the field. Those who last laugh longest, isn't it, as they say. Or, you know, he played his cards sensibly, start of the race, didn't get involved in any of the RG or, if you will, bargy. Still two McLarens at the front of the field, as Spencer Piggott in the Motorsport in action. McLaren is in second. Then a trio of Mercedes-Benz, appropriately enough, with the three-pointed start for FCP Euro. That's the number 11, sitting in third position. That car at the moment driven by Nate Vincent. In fourth position and fifth position, two teammates, the Chrome Ginger car, Cinnamon, let's call them, from Murillo Racing. Jeff Mosing and Tim Probert, respectively, in the 56 and the 65, and the top six made up by, well, actually might as well go to seventh, because we've got another two team cars, the two Riley Motorsports Supra GT4s are next up, the 21 and the 14. Now it's time to do the split by the look of it. So cars moving through there. Oh, now there's something I wasn't expecting to see. A second set of GS pit stops, Jeremy, and the AWA car has come into the pit lane.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm not sure why you wouldn't commit to that strategy.
Both Murillo cars in as well, Jeremy, as well.
Yeah.
I think, right. So did they...
And both Riley cars as well. Both the Toyotas were in as well.
Right, they didn't come in. They mustn't have come in the first time around here, did they?
Correct. No, they did not. And Colin Brown is being strapped aboard the number 21 Riley Motorsports Toyota. So stand back on that one.
I know.
But
were they waiting for driver time?
Yes, that's exactly what it was. The drive time had not yet elapsed because 40 minutes had only just passed when we got the TCR cars in. So all of our starting drivers are still in all of the other cars as far as GS is concerned. Yeah,
understood. So they have just done the swap then. Out goes the AWA number 13, Ori Fidani, behind the wheel of that car. And
he won't be going to the end because generally speaking, Ori would have qualified the car for the shorter races.
Correct.
Do his minimum 40 minutes and then hop out and let Kuno Whitmer go to the end. But to ask him to do 3 hours and 20 minutes is a bit of a big ask. So that's why the pro driver, like in that car and several others, qualified the car. And then Ori will now do his 40 minutes. And then it'll probably be Kuno to the end after that. Is it 40 minutes, Shay?
Okay, two updates for you guys. The first of which on that 94 Atlanta Speedworks car, Todd Lamb dropped way back early on. It was because of a boost issue. It was a boost pipe that had come loose. They reattached it during that pit stop. That's why the car dropped down so far throughout the pit stop sequel. They've got it back on. They're ready to be back in this fight. The other update that I have for you guys, I checked in with Chad McCumbee about the seat moving so much in the 40 PF Racing Mustang. We saw the onboards, we saw it jerking around back and forth, and I asked him what it feels like. He said, I've never noticed it. Hopefully it's nothing wrong. I said, no, we've seen this in races past. And he goes, oh, I've never noticed. So clearly from a driver's perspective, the seat moving around a bit like you're on a roller coaster isn't that big of a deal.
I've never noticed it before, but then I guess I hadn't paid attention to it. But
No,
it's moving around a lot. I mean, golly.
Yeah, uncomfortably amount, I would have thought. Well, Spencer Pigot then, and his first competitive drive for McLaren gets to bring us back to the green flag this time around. The white McLaren 570S with the green nose piece goes through the final corner, gets the green flag. Fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything crossed, as he's got a really good jump away from the FCP Euro AMG GT4, that number 11 car of Nate Vincent in second position, as everybody else filters down through the first corner. At least for the most part they were in single file there after the safety car restart. James Pesek staring at the back of one of the Murillo GT4s going up to the top of turn 4, so that'll be Eric Foss. Did he get past him? Eric Foss must have got past him on the restart, I think, in that very distinctive coloured AMG. Keep your fingers crossed, Jeremy. We haven't got the full lap in yet. I'm saying nothing at all. However, the Black Dog Speed shop McLaren has got a very good restart, already picking its way through the field. There's a huge gaggle of cars looking more like the Tour de France peloton than a race around Watkins Glen. As they went down to turn 6, it looked like one of the Windward Mercedes was going wide again at turn 6 as well in that melee. Oh my goodness, that was very dangerous indeed. But what a restart from Spencer Pigot, Jeremy, and through into second now, the Not Lad Racing Aston Martin. So back to where it was before all of the schmozzles that we had earlier on.
That's right, and it's got not quite a full tank of fuel now, because he came in during that earlier caution period. And you're right. No, he came into the pits and made. Took on service right and went back to green after that first caution period, and that's now worked in their favour. They're able to cycle all the way back toward the front.
Well, let's hope we can get a few good laps of racing in here and start to find some kind of racing rhythm. Into the pit lane for the car bomb by Peregrine Audi R8 GT4. That's the 93 car, and that again presumably to change the driver. It was Nolan, was it Nolan Segan or Mark Siegel who started that car? Yeah, it's Mark, was it? Right, thank you. So Mark's come into the pit lane, having done his required stint. James Pesek still trying to chase down cars ahead of him, and side by side further up the field. There's no doubt, Jeremy, you said it, that Black Dog Speed Shop, dark grey, charcoal we're calling that this weekend, McLaren has got some pace. Spencer Pumpelly is pedalling that very quickly indeed. He's just gone past the McCann Racing Audi R8. He's back in the top 10 at position number 9.
Yeah, flying along, isn't he, Spencer? And I asked him, what was it like to drive the McLaren for the first time? And he said he's absolutely loving it. He said it really didn't take that much getting used to. Pretty much straightforward. He said it's good power, it's balanced in the corners. So the brakes are a bit different. When you overwhelm the ABS with excessive pressure, it feels a bit different to the cars he's driven before. But other than that, he said it's pretty straightforward, and absolutely loving this opportunity to join this Black Dog Speed Shop team and run up the front here, as of course he's used to doing in the past.
Adam Brynjolfsson very confident on those brakes. You hear the drivers call it icing sometimes. If you overpressure the brake pedal on the GT4 cars, and rather counterintuitively you've got to come off the brake and then go back on again with less pressure, which if you're careering towards something that looks pretty hard is very difficult to do. You've got to basically really force your foot off that brake pedal. Brynjolfsson making up positions as well as he's fighting his way back through. Shea Adam with some news on some penalties that were served, and I may have actually misled you on one of those, thinking it was a standard pit stop, Shea.
Mark Siegel was the one who did a pit lane speeding violation. It was 4 clicks over the limit, which required a drive-through that he could not serve because we went to full chorus yellow. Right. So that was him serving the penalty at the first opportunity. Another penalty was called just after the yellow finished. That was car number 64, Ted Giovanni's incident responsibility with Gavin Ernstone in the Roadshagger Racing Audi TCR car number 61. That was also a drive-through. Ted has also served that penalty. And we've had a warning issued for car 54. That's the Michael Johnson Racing Hyundai in TCR. It's a potential penalty. Next time it will be a penalty. Improperly attired crew member. This time it's only a warning.
And just to finish off that wee bit of VP Racing Fuel Pit reports, housekeeping, Owen Trinkler has taken over the 64 Camaro from Ted Giovannis. So that pit stop has done as we come down towards the end of a first racing hour that's slightly short-changed us as far as the racing is concerned, with two long yellow flags for incidents on the circuit. Just took a bit of clean-up time, but we are hopefully now into the body of the race. Thank goodness we had the extra hour in the Tioga Dance Casino Resort 240 at the Glen, extra 2 hours from a normal distance of the Michelin Pilot Challenge, and that's what we'll go back to on Friday next, as we are back here at Watkins Glen for a Thursday-Friday event that takes the place of the trip to Canada and the Canadian Tire Motorsport Park event. We wish our best to everybody up there at CTMP, particularly Ron and Linda Fellows and the rest of the management group who've been working so hard. I know they'll be terribly disappointed that we haven't been able to get up there with the IMSA series. We wish them the best, and hopefully we will see them in the not too distant future for some motor racing up there to track rather like here at Watkins Glen that always delivers great racing. Fabulous racing going on at the moment in the TCR category. Copeland Motorsport Veloster, and right in behind that, getting a huge draft at the moment, was Parker Chase in the Brian Herder Autosport with Kerb Agajanian and Hyundai Elantra, making up a good couple or three positions going into the inner loop last time around, and a new fastest lap of the race at the front of the field
by the second place car of Patrick Gallagher. Is chasing after Spencer Piggott. The gap between those top two is about the same last time around, 1.3 seconds down to 1.1 as they cross the line to do lap 22, but it's not much to choose between them. But Patrick Gallagher is the fastest lap of this race, 155.933, and we talked about the fact that the Not Lad Racing by RS1 car is back in the series, having done the opener at Daytona, and the fact that the Black Dog Speed Shot team making its debut in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge this weekend, and the team principal for Black Dog Speed Shop, Tony Gaple's not here this weekend. Also not here this weekend is Matt Dalton from Not Lad Racing by RS1. He too had a bit of a mishap, so he's not racing this weekend, but he'll be back fairly soon. And in the meantime, as we've talked, I'm not sure we did talk about earlier on, but sharing with Patrick Gallagher in this car is going to be Stephen McAleer in that number 23 car later in this race. So that car looking very, very strong at the moment.
I was just saying, as we come down to a couple of minutes before the first hour is completed, about us not having a lot of racing. Well, you know, one man's meat, every cloud, etc. Wicker Bill, hello Bill, tweeted at IMSA Radio, can I personally thank the drivers for misbehaving in that first hour? I've managed to drive home from Dunnington Park, UK, without missing any racing, although I was tuned in on IMSA Radio. Now, settle in everyone, let's have some great racing for the next 3 hours. He's got his feet up and he's ready to go. Don't even be thinking like that, please, Wicker Bill, but I get the sentiment of it. Let's have a nice clean race from now on. Don't give the drivers any encouragement to behave badly. They don't need it. They really, really don't. Shay, more penalties, I'm afraid.
And I'm sorry to say it's once again on the Carbon Audi, the number 93 wheel rotation while on the jack stand. That car just leaving the pit lane now, but that elicited another drive-through. Very un-Carbon day for that team.
When it rains, we are really getting all of the cliches out, aren't we? Supra down the inside ×2 into turn 8. The two Supras running through traffic at the moment. Joy to see those two Gazoo Racing tuned Supras, the GT4s, looking absolutely fantastic. Riley Motorsport, Colin Brown in the 21 car now, of course, and in the number 14, the team car, it's Alfredo Najeri, the man from Santo Domingo, and they are both making up positions at the moment through traffic. A few TCR cars. They look very, very stable on the brakes there. The last couple of times I've seen them making up positions, those Toyotas, Jeremy, it's all been under heavy braking, and they look very stable indeed, very confidence-inspiring for their drivers. That's clearly a nicely balanced car.
It is, isn't it? And it's been driven very well as well in this stage in the race. You know, there's still a long, long way to go. So we see 3 TCR cars sideways towards the inner loop. That generally doesn't end well. It actually did on this occasion. And it's the Tim Lewis Alfa Romeo running in third position right now. Denis Dupont has managed to take the lead from Belgium in the Van der Steur Racing Hyundai at the moment. He's edged out, well, maybe 3/4 of a second over Robert Noaker in second place. That one of those. It's Alfredo Najri is actually in the middle of that battle as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
In the number 14 Toyota Supra, but all sorts of battling there in the TCR ranks.
Yeah, Noaker, Lewis, Gonzalez, Chase, Simpson for Atlanta Speedworks in the Honda KW Alpha. Then a bevy of Hyundais all sitting in there, and that is the battle from second on down in TCR. Trading fastest laps at the front of the field as they go through. Pickett and Gallagher, new fastest lap of the race this time for Patrick Gallagher for Notlad Racing in the Aston, and that is a 1:55.743. The pace is hotting up at the front of the field as they've now cleared off to the tune of 7.5 seconds from a decent little scrap that's beginning to boil up there between Dylan McIvern in the Turner Motorsport BMW number 95, the yellow and blue car, and the FCP Euro Mercedes. That is the number 11 car with Nate Vincent behind the wheel. That's the one with the Liqui Moly sponsorship on that, which Turner have had down through the years as well. Turned out a Liqui Moly liveried car in the past. More pit penalties. Shea Adam with our VP Racing Fuel report.
Staying up on what's happening in race control, we saw Andrew Davis dive for the pit lane late, but it is car number 88. That is the VCMG Honda of Carl Whitmer getting the penalty for a late pit entry, and that is a drive-through.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. We thought it looked a bit iffy even from the angle that we could see it from, and as I said before, Race Control have got specific cameras that make sure that they can see those sort of infractions.
By the way, John, when we saw that 3 abreast into the inner loop in TCR, that actually was for the lead. It was Tim Lewis taking the lead, I think, from Denis Dupont and the rest of the pack in TCR, because it is the Alpha back in front now on this last lap from the pole sitter Robert Noaker, who's up into second position. He lost a place or two after. No, he didn't actually. He came out. He came out of the pits in second place behind the Alpha, but they've been shuffling around since then. So Dupont now, the Belgian, back into third position. Tyler Gonzalez, Parker Chase, Stephen Simpson, Carl Whitmer, Todd Lamb, AJ Buss, Harry Gottsacker, et al. In TCR. Great stuff.
Yeah, Uncle Tom Cobley just trying to get onto the back of that group at the moment. If you know, you will know. Side by side down the front straight. Hyundai to the right-hand side, which is the inside. That is the number 33 that is trying to make up position at the moment. Now, this is all scrapping 4th position. Magnificent stuff all the way through. And looks like it's pushed the Atlanta Speedworks car down a position. Yes, it has, as they're on the back straight at the moment. Right in there as well, the bright red number 51 Hyundai as well. So they are all having a cracking scrap. So that was Harry Gutzak going ahead of Todd Lamb for 7th, with the Copeland Motorsport car sitting in behind them, with AJ Muss behind the wheel. But I mean, you could pick any one of those and they're just having a fight. The VGMC Racing Honda Civic has served the drive-through and has come back out at the front of the field. It is still the evergreen Spencer Piggott, who, with the Motorsport in Action number 3, leads by about 1.8 seconds now in the McLaren, back to the Aston Martin Vantage, Jeremy.
Yeah, and I think there's only 4 cars that have not yet made a pit stop in this race. So race leader Spencer Piggott. In the 4th position now is Nate Whitson, who's turning his best laps of the race, doing a really good job at FPC Euro Mercedes in car number 11 in 4th position. Then further back down the order, there's the TCR leader, Tim Lewis, in the Alpha. That has also not been in the pits. The only other car that hasn't yet made a scheduled stop is a bit further back in one of the another GS cars, the Capstone Racing Mercedes is now for Gary Ferrara.
Well, we've finally had a bit of green flag racing, not just to enjoy, but also the teams will be pleased about that. Grateful for some decent competitive information on things like tyre wear and fuel burn. Here's how it stands. TCR at the moment, Alfa Romeo leads, KWM Motorsports by 3/4 of a second from Honda and Atlanta Speedworks, the 5 from the 84. Van der Steur Racing, first of a group of Hyundais, with Denis Dupont driving the number 19 car. Then it's Parker Chase in the 98, the N coloured car, that's that light blue, and Elantra NTCR. Then the Copeland Motorsports number 27, and Stephen Simpson for Michael Johnson Racing in another Veloster is in 6th position in the red and white car. But basically keep going on back from there, because there's another 2 or 3 cars that are running line astern, and they're all having a cracking scrap. This looks like a 45-minute sprint race down the inside for the number 98 at the uphill toe of the boot. Great manoeuvre, and Parker Chase goes up into 3rd position ahead of Denis Dupont. That was classic stuff. He's having to defend into turn 8, takes the racing line, but manages to stay ahead. And whilst that was going on, our leader came into the pit lane, Shea Adam.
Spencer Piggott bringing the number 3 Mia McLaren into the pit lane. He will be staying. It's Sheena Monk's turn. This team, which basically is trying to have saved a pit stop by elongating that stint. They have been out, whereas everybody else has been out for about 34 minutes, 35 minutes from the end of that full course caution pit stop. They had not yet come into the stop. So the driver change is done. The door is down, waiting on the fuel. They changed, I believe, all 4 Michelin tires. Yep, as the back ones are being rolled over to the wall now. Just waiting on fuel. So once again, the Mia boys and girls with a fantastic stop.
Now, I'm not sure, because I haven't worked backwards yet, how that is going to play out as we get closer to the end of the race. But mines that are immeasurably larger than mine, to quote War of the Worlds, will have worked that out already. Whilst we see how that plays out, we can enjoy the side-by-side, door handle to door handle, mirror to mirror and wheel to wheel action of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 TCR car mix. That's 6 TCR cars, all looking for the same piece of road and track, Jeremy Shaw, coming through into the outer loop.
Yeah, it was sort of forecast for a little while, I think, together. Now I've been joined by a couple more. This is super stuff at the front of the field in TCR. Tim Lewis still leads in the Alpha by about a half a second over Robert Noack at the Polestar. And they pulled out about 3 seconds over, well, yeah, the rest of this pack, with Parker Chase in car number 98. That's the car that started at the back. Didn't set a lap time in qualifying. Had a problem with the splitter on that car, elected not to go out for qualifying because of that, so therefore started on a brand new set of Michelin Pilot tyres, taking advantage of that and moving their way forward steadily through this race. And here we are now, an hour and 9 minutes in, and up into the top 3 in that class in TCR. Just a quick note here about number 46 car, the only Chevrolet that hasn't had a problem, I think, in this race for the team TGM. Hugh Plum has slipped back several places since the restart. He was running in the, he started 5th, he ran 6th through that opening before the first caution came out, and since then he's lost 4 or 5 places, but he's just turned again, actually just reset that car's fastest lap, and he tries to work his way forward again, but he's on a train of a 6-car battle. He's now going on for 5th place overall. Good fun.
Yeah, and this is where I get out another cliche. It's an athletics cliche this time, but it's absolutely true here as well. Sorry, we'll come back to that in a moment. Huge incident between turns 1 and 2. Yellow flags will be out. The TCR number 27 is involved in that. That is the Copeland Motorsport car, and that's got heavy damage. There's an Audi involved in there as well. Tyler Gonzalez was driving the Copeland Motorsport car, and this started at turn 1 and has gone a little bit further down. This is going to be another long yellow here. Straight into the pits. Oh no, not quite. Further round, the number 54. That's another one of the TCR Hyundais. And that car belonging to the Michael Johnson Racing Team, which was running up in that pack of cars with damage to the left front tyre and bodywork. And the full course yellow, you will not be surprised to know, is out. The white C8 safety car rolls from its station just actually not too far away from where the accident has happened. The other car involved, by the way, sorry, I didn't mention that, was the Fast MD racing car. That is the Audi R8 GT4, the red and white machine, and that was Alex Papadopoulos who was behind the wheel there. They've already got the safety teams and the AMR incident vehicle on site. They rolled immediately for what has been a heavy impact between those two cars, and the Audi has certainly been into the Armco, the metal barriers at the side of the track. That's going to take a little more time to clear up and puts us back into full course yellow. Now, the car that might be in a bit of trouble here and might have to take emergency service, as we're still waiting for that 51 Copeland Motorsport, excuse me, sorry. Yeah, that was my mistake there. So that is the AJ Muss Copeland Motorsport car. I thought I'd seen the red and white Michael Simpson car as well, but the car that I think that might be struggling a wee bit here is the Nate Vincent FCP Euro car, because by my reckoning, Jeremy, that car has not stopped at all yet. Starting driver, starting fuel, starting tyres.
Yeah, good point.
And the Alpha hasn't stopped either, by the way.
Correct. I think the Alpha should be okay with all the caution that we've had. I think the Alpha should be okay, but the Mercedes is going to be running fairly low. We saw the McLaren kind of a 3 come in just a lap or 2 ago out of the lead of this race. That was one of the only other few cars that had not yet stopped during this race. So it's certainly going to be fairly marginal. A really good job Nate Vincent was doing there. He was turning some good laps as well, running right with Dylan McIvern, a former champion in this series, in the dicing for 2nd and 3rd. Quite a way back behind Patrick Gallagher, but still doing a fine job.
Jeremy, just to let you know, Alex Papadopoulos is out of the car. He's hands on knees, just leaning up against the steel barriers to what would have been driver's left. But he's standing unaided, still got his helmet and his hands device on. Maybe a they've had the wind knocked out of them. The Copeland Motorsport number 27 car with damage to the front as well. And that car with, again, its driver having got himself out, Tyler Gonzalez, the man from St. Cloud, Florida. He's looking rather ruefully at the car with damage, as I say, to the right front of that machine, and he's walking with a little bit of help back to the Porsche Cayenne GTS intervention vehicle.
Trying to figure out what might have happened there, John, because the number 83 car had been running in the 13th position. He was ahead of a train of cars. He was involved with the number 21 car. Colin Brown was right in there, the Toyota, and another couple of cars in that battle as well. Number 96 BMW, also Ori Fedani was in that train of 4 cars that was kind of dicing over 13th position, and you know, there shouldn't have been any TCR cars in the way. They were, I don't think they had just been lapped by anybody, so I can't imagine really quite what happened down there. Unless
something went on ahead of them yes, and they got caught up. It looks like there's been side-to-side contact with that Hyundai, Copeland Hyundai that's gone behind the wall. Shea Adam, what have you been able to find?
I've just been checking with various teams on the fuel situation, and from the Alpha pit box, they're not worried about the pit window, the pit lane potentially staying closed during this period. They are cautiously optimistic that they will be able to make it in the pit lane before the fuel light, so to speak, comes on in the car. So that's good news as far as they are concerned. The other thing that I have just been informed of down on the pit lane, sort of a good story. Brandon Kidd is up to 4th in the Automatic Racing 09 Aston Martin. Born in Syracuse, graduated from Syracuse University. Lots of friends and family here this weekend, so a lot of people watching that car eagerly.
Okay, the Audi was indeed already wrecked before the TCRs got there. The 27 Tyler Gonzalez car had gone wide in turn 1 and was trying to get back on. The Copeland Motorsport number 51 car was at the edge of the track, and there was side-by-side contact which pushed the Copeland Motorsport number 27 into the wall. But that was 2 separate incidents. The Audi had already had its big incident before the TCRs came down. There were yellow flags waving there, and there was still a bit of, in fact, yeah, there was definitely yellow flags out coming down into turn 1, and those guys getting caught up there right in the middle of that as well. The 64, that's Owen Trinkler in that, but he was minding his own business in the middle of the road. There might be a bit of talking to be had there, Jeremy. People racing in to waved yellow flags.
Absolutely right, because when the number 83 car had its accident there was a fair gap back to those TCR cars, and they were just racing way too hard. And even Owen Trinkler there, he went past one of the TCR cars under that yellow, which he shouldn't be doing. When the yellow comes out, it doesn't matter whether it's in your class or not, you get ran out of the throttle. They wouldn't have known it was that big of an accident, but that's not the point. The point is the yellows were out, and they should have been paying attention. And I think there's a yellow light, I might be wrong, I think there's a yellow light kind of on the entrance to turn 1 there, just to give you a bit more warning. But yeah, a really scary incident there all the way around. Pit stops though for quite a few of the cars, including not the Automatic Racing Aston Martin of Brandon Kidd, who will lead this race. That's kind of cool. Good for Brandon.
Yeah, well done. Shea Adam has the pit stops with this VP Racing Fuel pit report. You've been bitty already today, Shea.
Oh, yes. Well, that's what you get in endurance racing. So this is pretty cool. We've got finally the Wright Motorsport Porsche in taking on new tires, but I did not see the driver's side door open yet. So I believe Ryan Hardwick staying aboard for yet another stint, this time with some sticker Michelins. As the tire goes rolling out into the fast lane, the Turner Motorsport BMWs managed to avoid it. That was a sticker tire too, so that's a new one that's supposed to be going on. Third off the pit lane will be the Macon Racing Audi, or will it? Yes, just ahead of the AWA Racing McLaren, very heads up by Plum to wait his turn, in effect, to get out of the lane. They have the first pit box off the lane, but you need to blend to get through the Michelin RFID readers, and Plum electing to wait until a safe moment instead of potentially taking them out. Some driver changes that we've got for you up and down the pit lane. In the number 7, the Volt Racing Aston Martin, that is now Trent Hinman. We have, who else? I thought I saw another change on the timing. Perhaps not. Nope. Oh, Chad McCumbee. Chad McCumbee is in the Ford for PF Racing. So now Chad can see if the seat moves as much on the pictures as it does in real life.
Pit penalty coming for one of the Toyotas who picked up someone else's wheel. It must have been, which was the first one out of the pits. It was the first of the Toyotas that went out of the pits, Shea.
It should be the 21. That's Tori rolling the tire back to its original team. That means that in that stop, we had 2 sets of errant tires, because that was not the one that I saw rolling out into the fast lane towards pit
That's
out.
A PF tyre. So that is a PF tyre because it's got the pink on the...
No, it's not, lad. It's the Aston Martin.
You're right. It is not lab. You're absolutely right. My apologies. Yes, you're absolutely right. It's not lab. So that was a long way back away. So the question will be, was that out of the box, and will that get them a penalty, or will it be a penalty for the team the car that ran over it? Because you're not allowed just to leave things out to trip people up, obviously. No, that's going to be called on the Toyota, I reckon, Shea.
Yeah, Toyota hit the tire, and the tire was well within the not lad pit box. So that was not the fault of the RS1, in effect, their crew. It was indeed the Toyota.
So that will be a drive-through.
Not lad crew, though, huh?
Say again, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Scary moment for the not lad crew. Though, thankfully, there wasn't anybody kind of in the way of that left rear tire or even the left front.
Yeah, I think it was the left rear, Jeremy. You were spot on. All right, TCR's come in, and finally we see the Alfa Giulietta heading in to the pit lane from the lead share of TCR. This is their first pit stop after 1 hour and 22 minutes.
And no comments about the color of the car, because that's normally what happens before everything goes wrong. So no image whatsoever of what color this car is. But I will say that Roy Block is climbing aboard, Tim Lewis having done the opening stint, and we would expect him to be back in for the finishing stint as well. 2 new tires going onto this Alfa Romeo Giulietta, and they are the front ones, as they will be taking quite a bit of time for fuel, having used up almost every drop in that precious tank. But also into the pit lane, we've got a Hyundai, and that is the number 33 for Brian Herta. That's an Elantra, by the way. They have done new tires on that car, just waiting on the fuel. I believe it was still Harry Gottsacker aboard the car when it came into the pit lane. It should be Canadian Mark Wilkins taking it back out for this second half of the race. And Mark, who's been posting a bunch of pictures of the Elantra street car, excited to once again drive the race car.
Yeah, that's very interesting. They had to put an awful lot of fuel in that. Oh, hang on a second. Problem for the Honda of Mike Lewis, the 77 car. And that car has ground to a halt. It did go through the RFID readers, but then has stopped. It's still got the flashing lights on the front, signifying that the pit lane speed limiter is on, Jeremy. Well, that's not good news at all for the... Sorry, it's the 88 car.
GMC car,
yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah. That had been running in 1, 2, 3, 4, 7th or 8th or 9th position, something like that.
And it's still Carl Whitmer behind the wheel of that, so they did not change drivers there.
Okay.
Just my point that I was going to try and make there on that was that the Alfa had to fill all the way back up, so it would have taken more fuel than anybody else, and actually got passed on the pit lane on the speed limiter by 2 cars, so they might want to turn their pit lane speed limiter up just a tiny bit as they dropped a couple of positions there, trying to get into the... No, I know why the 88 stopped. Right front wheel is not on properly. The right front wheel has not been fastened. That was a great spot by its driver. Well done to Carl Whitmer. So effectively an unsafe release on that car, and he stopped before he went out onto the circuit. Now he's outside of the pit lane, so I'm not sure what his team's going to be able to do to get him back there. Safety car is about to come round with the lights still on that car, and I'm not sure how they'll move that car, to be honest. But a great spot by its driver, who's been in since the start, the man from Montreal in Quebec, Carl Whitner. Go Canada. Yeah, absolutely.
No, the Canadians are in the NHL playoffs. The Montreal Canadiens.
Is that ice hockey?
Yes.
That's fine.
Yes. So the thing that's actually worse for the VCMG crew is that where Carl has stopped is on a very steep hill. So if they were given permission to move him back behind the wall, they would have to push him basically straight uphill for a couple hundred feet.
I think he's going to have to take a tow, or perhaps even a flatbed, and then go back into the back of the paddock and come back round again from where he is at the moment. And this is awful, because he's obviously losing laps all the time that he's sitting there in that sort of flat grey with bright green stripes on it for that VGMC Racing machine with Fibros Motorsports. I mean, as a driver, he's done exactly the right thing. If he'd gone out on the track, the likelihood of him getting 3.4 miles back around without the wheel falling off, and on a front-wheel drive car, that would have been an issue. Probably wouldn't have got that car back, but there's absolutely nothing he can do right now. He's not allowed to reverse it. If he reversed it back up the pit lane, that would get him disqualified. So his team will be talking to IMSA about how they're going to get that car back. But I don't see, Jeremy, how they can go back green with that car sitting there at the moment. So it's a bit of a catch-22 here.
Indeed, true. And really unfortunate for that team. It had a really good run going here with the younger Whitmer brother there, Carl, joining in to the regular co-driver, in the VGMC car. That's Victor Gonzalez, the team principal there from Puerto Rico. And yeah, they were looking for a really strong run. They're running in the top 3 or 4. They qualified right up towards the front, and we're looking to stay there as well. This is a replay of that very scary accident there, and there's way too much racing going on there.
Far too quick.
They're going way too fast. It looks even worse given the severity of the accident. And we can see just dicing for position going on, and you know the Atlanta Speedworks Honda did exactly the right thing. It clearly slowed down, was overtaken by the number 46 Chevrolet and the number 2051 car that was trying to squeeze through there as well. And that was just a very, very, very unnecessary accident. And there's going to be some stern words from race control, John. I completely agree with you.
The rules, for those of you not aware, but it's imprinted on everyone who's ever done their race license courses. Certainly in the UK, you have to go through, a bit like Gran Turismo or iRacing, you have to go through various levels, but right from the very beginning, yellow flags, waved yellow flags, slow down and be prepared to stop if required. Thank goodness they missed the Audi that was stranded on the runoff area.
You know, I have to say this because Owen Trinkler in that number, it wasn't number 46 or 64.
64.
It was Owen Trinkler,
yeah,
wasn't it? I mean, yeah. Owen is the most experienced driver in this field. He's got 100. This is a 164th start, and Owen, we love you. You're a cool guy, a heck of a driver, but you should not have been pushing that hard at that stage. Like I say, particularly somebody of his experience.
Gaggle of cars. There's always the worry that somebody doesn't see the yellow flag, but these guys are all very good indeed, and you hone your instincts to...
I think most of the teams have a spotter down there.
Well,
quite a few down in turn one, John. I think.
Yeah,
or certainly with a view of turn one.
I was going to say that, Jeremy. Actually, you know, there is, as I say, in a gaggle of cars, you're racing. The flag that was waving, I didn't see whether the flag point at the start-finish line had a yellow out, but certainly the flag going into turn one did. But that's right at and beyond the turning point of turn one. But as you say, spotters down there, and it wasn't if the Audi was still moving. That was stopped and had been stopped for quite some time. The Marshall's doing exactly the right thing. There was no yellow at the start-finish line. Now, right, I'm going to just take that back now. It was a stationary yellow at that.
Doesn't matter.
But oh no, absolutely agree. It was a yellow. I thought it was waving to start with, but pretty much all the teams have spotters on top of the grandstands, and they'll be watching their guys going down, and they're looking ahead of where they are.
I mean, they knew the yellow was out. As soon as they saw the was that number 27 car? Isn't it? It's the Tylers, isn't it? The youngsters. Isn't it the 27 car that ran wide? As soon as they saw that number 27 car running wide, the guys behind him should have lifted off even more, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yep.
And they didn't.
Yeah, I'm going to say now, I don't think they saw that. This is not an excuse. I'm going to say I don't think anybody in that pack saw the yellow flag on the driver's left going into turn one. I don't think anybody saw that, and they were still absolutely flat chat racing. I'm not excusing anything, Jeremy. I'm just saying the guys that were in that are not the sort of guys I would expect to ignore yellows. So I'll be very interested to hear what the drivers say about that. And one thing we know from IMSA, they will be looking at that very, very closely. If there are lessons to be learned, including about where flag points are, because there are no flag points on the right hand side there, because it's the pit wall, so it's drivers left only.
Yeah, and of course, when you're coming down the hill there, your focus is not on the left, it's on the right.
Yeah,
because that's where you turn in. But that's why I thought and believe there is either a yellow flag or light or something pretty much kind of straight on at turn one. But like I said, I might be wrong. But it looks like, does it not? We're going to go back to green here. It's going to be Brandon Kidd who leads the way there, former short track driver. And it's great to see the local guy here, as Shay was saying, originally from Syracuse, New York, leading this race for Automatic Racing, the Aston Martin Vantage car number 09. That's the Stoner car care.
Across the line then, with 2.5 hours still to go. We're back to green flag racing, and keep an eye out back down through the line for the Black Dog Speed Shop Spencer Pumpelly driven McLaren. That car is wickedly quick, and I've got a feeling with Spencer behind the wheel, the afterburners will be on here. They've got a bit of ground to make up. Ori Fadani in the similar McLaren is his next target, and of course at the restart, always the opportunity with everybody together to make up some positions. Eric Voss for Murillo Racing in the what did I call that earlier? Chrome, Cinnamon Chrome and Black 56 AMG GT4 in second. 4 manufacturers in the top 4, with Audi in third in the shape of Dylan McAvern, who's taken that position on the restart, which means that Vin Barletta has dropped down to 4th, Jeremy.
No, that's the lapped car, the Audi of...
You're absolutely right, my apologies.
The youngster driver, Nolan Siegel, the youngster who's driving that car. He's third place on the road. Vin Barletta and Dylan McAvern in the 2 Tournament Sports BMWs took the restart in 4th and 5th, third and 4th, and still remain there. But for Nolan Siegel, he's trying to get a lap back if he possibly can. If he can find a way past Eric Voss, former champion, of course, in the Pilot Challenge Series, it would be a pretty good effort for the youngster. Kind of 93, Nolan's just 16 years of age from Palo Alto, California. Not the youngest driver in the race, remarkably.
Share the least surprising piece of news from race control so far today.
Drive-through penalty, car 14, that is the Toyota, running over hose tool part person in own or other pit box.
Yeah, that was the wheel from the Aston Martin, the not lad car. And therefore that car, right front puncture for the 33 Hyundai Elantra, and that is straight in to the pit lane for the Harry Gottsacker and Mark Wilkins car. Now that car was running, well, the whole TCR pack were running pretty close together. It's still Harry Gottsacker in that Brian Hurt Autosport machine, and he comes into the pit lane in that fastback machine. Now, he was having problems coming up to turn number 9 and went very wide, but I think he already had the issue there, and that's what pushed him wide. They're already looking underneath the right front wheel arch, and it will need at least a tyre there, Shea, possibly some remedial work.
The sign that I did not like was when they were signaling to Harry that he should turn the wheel completely in both directions. They were checking things, but now they seem okay with that decision, putting 2 new front Michelins onto this car. But the problem was, John, they were just in the pit lane, 12 minutes before that instance happened. That means that they might not have a new set of Michelins for the end of this race, whereas everybody else will.
It's also going to put them massively out of position. Riley Motorsports Toyota in and out, serving its penalty for the number 14 that Shea told you about. It was Javier Quiros from Costa Rica who served the penalty. I think it was Javier who was driving when he left the pit lane, so for once it is the driver who committed the offence who has been penalised. Doesn't always happen that way, of course, if you've had a driver change. It's the line again at the front of the field, then you're battling going on down towards turn 1, automatic racing, and that's 09 Aston Martin, top 3 absolutely, top 2 absolutely together, with the lapped Audi right in the middle of it there, and actually with good pace, Jeremy. The leaders aren't dropping that Carbon car, which has dropped a lap off the lead.
No, certainly not. It's Nolan Siegel there, the youngster. He's just his last lap was a 57.1. He has turned a 56.3 in that car already, which is a pretty stout lap. There's only a few cars been quicker than that in this race, so he's certainly got the pace there. What Nolan Siegel doesn't have is much experience of this sort of competition, though. He has done a few sort of, club type events or regional type events in long distance races with his dad Mark. And with Tom Dyer, of course, who's massively experienced and is the driver coach for that Carbon team. So, Nolan, he's a pretty useful driver. He's had a couple of poles in the Road to Indy competition, which is no mean feat. Races in the Coupetage USF 2000 Championship at the moment. That's his sort of primary focus, but he's loving this opportunity, as is his dad Mark, to race together in these long distance races and just get some more experience under his belt.
In fairness, the 2 guys he's following, certainly Eric Foss, he's got plenty of experience, so he'll be learning plenty there. At the moment, the number 40, Chad McCumbee, PF Racing Ford Mustang, sitting in behind Nate Vincent and Russell Ward, the 2 AMG GT4s, having a cracking scrap right ahead of him. They're battling for 13th and 14th. Chad is in 15th. Ryan Hardwick is right up his tailpipe in the Wright Motorsports, the blue number 16 718 Cayman, and heading across the line to start another lap and down towards turn 1. And just that little gaggle of cars starting to get a bit interested in making passes, and through behind comes Alec Udell for Winward Racing. He's taken over that car, and he's right in there as well, Jeremy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, John. There's been a lot of shuffling position. There's a spin. That's the FCP Euro car number 11 that was running down in the 14th position. He's had a spin going up through the S's. That's a scary place to spin. Yikes, he's come to a halt in the middle of the track.
That was that battle we were looking at.
Yeah,
and amazingly,
there was all sorts of shuffling going on there in that mid-pack. I mean, since the restart, some cars have been moving a long way forward, some cars are moving a long way back, and that is going to bring out another caution period.
Amazingly, he didn't hit anything, but I think there is damage to the left rear of that car. So did he get pushed into the spin? I think he may have a left rear puncture. Certainly got left rear bodywork damage, and that, I think, from contact, he may have... Oh, no, he just lost it on his own, but there was contact with the steel barriers on drivers right, but on the... Oh, who went through between 2 or 3 cars? One of the Atlanta Speedworks cars went through there.
Yeah. It was the 2 leaders in TCR, the Atlanta Speedworks, back to 1-2 in the TCR as they started, and boy, that was a narrow escape for one of them.
Yeah, very narrow. That was just the car breaking away, going up through turn number 3. Just a little tag on the barriers, but it's done some bodywork damage. And then stuck in the middle of the track. Everybody else had to push their way by. I'll tell you what, Jeremy.
Spectator?
Yes. Let's, while we have a moment, let's just refresh how it stands before any we've just had pit stops, so I wouldn't have thought, Jeremy, we need any more pit stops at this point.
No, I don't. I think you're right. Don't expect to be. Well, number 09 car might well come in. Doesn't need to make a stop yet. And Brandon Kidd is doing such a fantastic job at the front of this field, holding off Eric Foss, that they might let to keep him out and just go for the glory. Still a long way to go in this race. Still 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining. So these races are normally 2 hours, aren't they? So we're not even halfway through this race yet.
And Shea, we had a Hyundai in the pit lane as well.
Still in there for Harry Gottsacker as the work continues on the front of the 33 Hyundai Elantra for BHA and into the pit lane. The FCP Euro Mercedes with that left rear damage. They're going to take the Michelin off, take a look at the bodywork to see how extensive the damage was. Michael Vincent driving at the time. And the Connecticut native driver is actually the director of this motorsports team. So he will be feeling the pain doubly, having narrowly kissed the barrier at the S's. But you've got to think, this guy, he should buy a lotto ticket, considering that there aren't many small accidents at the top of the S's. And the fact that he was able to drive the car back to the pit lane, that speaks well of itself. But they do need to fix that rear splitter, because there are marks on the left rear Michelin that has come off of the car. And that would tell you, in effect, that it would replicate itself if they didn't pull the bits of carbon back off. You don't want that to happen.
I'll be honest, when I first saw the spinning the wheels. Car was in gear there. That'll be a penalty when they get back out again. Mechanic had to pull his hands away from the wheel. That could have been very nasty indeed. Need to leave the car out of gear when it's up on the jacks. And that wasn't the case there, so that'll get them a penalty as well. I actually thought that he'd managed not to hit anything, and I wondered if there'd been some contact further back down before turn 4, but not the case, obviously. But there are some rather guilty looking marks on the left rear Michelin that has just come off that car. And in fact, it's not just bodywork. Part of the crash structure at the back there, Shea, is looking a little pre-loved as well.
Yeah, get, a rubber mallet and just bash it back out for next week. It'll be fine. But no, you're right. They are looking a bit... Oh, they do have the rubber mallet. Wow, way to go, guys. They beat me to it. It does look a little bit second-hand loved, but still, given the amount of time left in this race with, as you guys rightly say, more than half of it to go, any track time out for this team, which is still a fairly new team to the Michelin Pilot Challenge. This is only their third start, I want to say, in this series. Second start in the series. So they're still learning, they're figuring it out, and any track time is good track time. But don't run the red light at the pit exit, and that's what they're waiting for, that green light to come back on before they send him from the pit box.
It's not going to be particularly aerodynamically as efficient, that car, when it goes back out, but they've lost a wee bit of time now as well. Could have been a lot worse though, as Shea rightly says. Let me give you a quick rundown then of how it stands. It's Automatic Racing, the 09, that leads behind the safety car, and this is the fourth time that we've had the safety car have to intervene, and that has cost us an awful lot of racing so far. We've had 18, nearly 19 minutes, plus 14 minutes, plus 22 minutes, and we're already 5 minutes, nearly 6 minutes into this one. So do the arithmetic yourself on that one. So Automatic Racing lead Murillo Racing, 09 Aston Martin Vantage from the 56 Chrome Cinnamon car in second place. Then it's Turner Motorsport, Dylan McAvin in the 95 BMW. That was
just up in the grey.
Just got what half a car's width maybe off the line, and the car just swapped ends.
Yeah, just looping the spin, wasn't it? Wasn't a snap by any means.
No.
Just I got it. Damn, I haven't.
Yeah.
And around it goes, but it could have been a heck of a lot worse, that's for sure, at that point on the racetrack.
What is it about the number 40 car that is it seems to be behind everything that happens? Good job by Chad McCumbee. He went to the left of that car spinning to the right, was obviously hoping it wasn't just going to bounce off. There's quite a significant amount of damage for what looked to be a relatively small tap on the barrier. The problem is that you're going very fast there, and even having scrubbed Jeremy quite a lot of speed off by going around, probably still hit that barrier at what, 50, 60 miles an hour maybe?
Yeah, I would think so. You're probably doing a better part of 100 as you're going up into that corner, and so you might have, you probably scrubbed. You're probably quicker than that actually, Johnny. Probably scrubbed off maybe, I don't know, 20 miles an hour speed, 20 maybe 30. But it's still, that would have got his attention. That was a shame because they've really done a nice job. Both of that pair, Nate Vincent and then Michael Hershen, taken over in there. I think Shea was saying he's the FCP brand manager. The FCP, of course, is a huge OEM online supplier for all sorts of different manufacturers. And both of that pair have been racing in BMW Car Club events, the American Endurance Series, and then for the last 2 or 3 years racing in the World Challenge Series as well. But we're going back to green, are we not?
Yeah, good clean-up, very, very quick clean-up by everybody concerned in that. Automatic Racing then leading out for Aston Martin, as we do have some pit callers. We'll get to them in a moment. Shea will keep an eye on that for our VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock report. It's people coming in from further back down the field to make an additional pit stop. This will be their third or fourth time down the pit lane for those cars. Still, Kidd leads from Voss, from McAvern, from Pumpelly, from Gallagher, from Plum, down into the inner loop with the restart. And still with that lapped Carbahn Audi right in the mix at the moment. Getting some very good experience, but didn't get the wave by because it was another short yellow. And that means that Dylan McAvern, fourth in line, is actually third in the race. And still the Black Dog Speed Shop car now up to fourth position, trying to go down the inside, just drop backs to fifth for the moment. It's the Aston Martin. Pat Gallagher, the Not Lad Racing by RS1 Aston, goes back through the red-white machine. It's side by side between that Black Dog Speed Shop McLaren and the Volt Racing Aston Martin. That's the bright yellow Aston Martin Vantage. So this is all getting very close indeed. And the lapped car now, what do you do if the other lapped car? I think you've got to get out the way now at this point, Jeremy, don't you?
No. I mean, the two leaders were side by side. We just had a change in the leader with Eric Voss sneaking past Brandon Kidd in turn 8. So Unfortunately, Nolan Singer wasn't quite close enough to make the move there. Now he's falling back down the pack. In fact, Patrick Gallagher, he got past the Black Dog McLaren at that restart. He came up to the position, up to the green behind him. Patrick Gallagher now charging along up into, well, 4th position, I think, at the moment, but it's shortly to be better than that for the number 23 car.
Yeah, he's spot on. Got a great restart now. Give me a second or two, because that carbon car still just sitting in the middle of a battle, which is headed by the best of the Toyota Supras, which is now the Colin Brown driven number 21 car. He's got a huge run for Team TGM, and the Camaro behind him, and behind that is the McCann Racing Audi. They're just having a scrap, and through goes Colin Brown and gets a little bit of breathing space. He'll now set off to try and close down on the Volt Racing with Archangel Aston Martin. Trent Hinman's just lost a place to Spencer Pumpelly. They've been trading places the last lap around, 5th and 6th, changing every time I look at the timing and scoring monitor, and they're side by side again as they come down towards turn 7. Meantime, the Aston Martin, 2 Aston Martins in fact, side by side behind the Turner Motorsport car. So at the moment, Aston Martins are 4th and 5th. At one stage there, I couldn't have told you which one was 4th and which one was 5th, because they were so evenly balanced. Right, we dare take a breath at the moment and go for a VP Racing Fuel update from those last pit stops. Shea Adam was watching those for us.
I'll make it really quick for you. There were driver changes in 3 cars. Trenton Estep is back in the 81. That's the CB Motorsports Hyundai Veloster. The other 2 driver changes were in GS. Robbie Foley is now aboard the 96 Turner Motorsport BMW, and Jan Halen is in for Wright Motorsports in the 16 Porsche. The other car that came down the lane was the 13 AWA McLaren. That is still Ori Fidani being shown aboard, because he has not yet finished that 40-minute drive time.
And you're going to have another pit stop to look at here, because the automatic 09 is into the pit lane from the lead, from second as it was when he came into the pit lane. So the Stoner Car Care automatic racing machine will now take its pit stop. So Eric Voss at the front of the field still is now the only one of the GS cars, bar the Capstone Motorsports AMG GT4, who's only made 1 stop. Yeah?
Fuel and tires, and this will be a driver change. Brandon Kidd getting out, and I believe that was Rob Eklund getting in, the team owner for Automatic Racing, as the driver change just going on. But this car will drop back quite a little bit as the local hero gets out of the car, the strongest of the drivers by far, because he is the professional on the team. And yes, it is a good stop so far from Automatic Racing.
The determination of how long the fuel, of how long the stop takes, should be how long it takes to put the fuel in the car. It's going in from the right-hand side, the overflow bottle's on the left-hand side. You should be able to get driver change and 4 tyres if you're putting a decent amount of fuel in, more than about half a tank of fuel. So you don't need to hurry those things. You've got to get it right and make sure that you don't make any mistakes. But a green flag pit stop is almost going to put these guys a whole lap down, Jeremy, with the field now bearing down through turn number 9, or heading into turn 8 and 9, and still side-by-side action, by the way, through the field, with the Spencer Pumpelly driven Black Dog Speed Shop McLaren number 34 side-by-side with Trent Hinman for 4th and 5th position.
Yeah, that's right. Trent Hinman making up that position there, so he's moving his way forward. Took the restart in the 8th position, did Trent Hinman, up now I think into 4th place as they cross the line. And this is problems for the. It's been a difficult day, hasn't it, for that Brian Herder Autosport team? Car number 33 remaining in the pits.
Shit.
Yeah, and they're going to remain in the pits. That car, just being told to me by the team that car will not continue any further in the race. The steering damage is too much.
What an awful day for them. What a shame. The new Elantra body shape. Oh, and Toyota number 14 with an issue as well. That is the Riley Motorsports car. It was sitting in 14th position for Alfredo Nagy, and the windscreen wipers are going. I do not think it's raining. I think that's just been a knock So was he involved in some kind of schmozzle? Yes, he was. Ran straight into the back of the number 65 of Murillo Racing. That was the AMG GT4, and actually driven at the time by Kenny Murillo. And I think has done some damage to the right front of that car. He's got the car going again at the exit of the pit lane, so he's got almost a full lap to do. That contact, Jeremy, just on the start-finish line.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate, wasn't it? And that's, God, we're seeing an awful lot of incidents in this race. That's going to be a very slow lap all the way back then for the number 14 car, which is unfortunate. That car was very much in the mix here, just outside the top 12 or so, but we saw it in that big fight for position, and it's been running strongly still with Felipe Fraga yet to get aboard that number 14 car.
Looks like you may not. I think there's some steering damage on that at the moment. Chad McCumbee looking forward toward Sheena Monk in the Motorsport in Action McLaren. They're having a cracking scrap from 10th down at the moment. It's Monk in the number 3 car, then McCumbee in the 40 PF Racing Ford, then Russell Ward for Winward Racing, Kenny Murillo for Murillo Racing, all sitting in together. And another new fastest lap of the race. In fact, 2 new fastest laps of the race. 2 in GS and now a new one in TCR as well, Jeremy. People finding their pace again now.
Well, they really are. Patrick Gallagher, the last 2 laps has reset fastest lap. This time around a 155, it's a previous lap, but 155.5. And on this next lap, lap 46, excuse me, Trent Hinman goes a little bit quicker in the Volt Racing with Archangel Aston Martin up into 4th position now, 155.408 for Trent Hinman.
Yeah, Alan Prosser, one of a number of people, have tweeted us at IMSA Radio asking about the Not Lad team. Anyone called Dalton in that team? Yes, that would be Matt Dalton, the team owner and driver, but he had a crash a couple of weeks ago at VIR, so that is the Llankrab effect of under milk wood. You can work out what that is backwards. So at IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch with me. Side by side again for a moment, but that McLaren's quick in a straight line, and Sheena Monk knows how to defend the line, Jeremy, getting out of the toe of the boot very nicely and not having to defend too heavily into turn 8. But there's a little bit of a queue of cars now beginning to line up behind her, and now we've got McCumbee just getting the nose of the bright pink Mustang along to the quarter panel, but it wasn't close. Was not close enough. Oh, and through 10, Sheena backing them up into 11. Round the outside for Kenny Murillo. Tries to make the pass on the number 4 Russell Ward Winward Racing car. 3 wide across the line. Here comes the 64. That's a brilliant run. That car is not in that scrap. That chrome blue is still a lap down. Correct, Jeremy. Absolutely right. But still enjoying the battles there. Always somebody to race in this form of racing. Halfway through the race, and we will be looking for our Michelin moments of the race for both classes. And trying to work out so far. At the moment, anybody waving a yellow flag, I would think. To be honest, the absolute stars have been the corner workers and everybody on clean-up now. McCumbee down the inside into turn 6, going to have to be late on the brakes to take this position from the McLaren, and is. Here comes Kenny Murillo, had a look, changed his mind, goes to the outside, can't get that one done either. Everyone else queuing up behind. Russell Ward still trying to get through as well. Sheena Monk knows this car is quick out of the toe of the boot, but I don't think he's close enough now to the back of that pink PF Mustang, which has pulled away. So that is a change of position then for 10. And now Chad McCumbee has got about 5 seconds to chase down Alec Udell, who is in 9th for Winward Racing in the other Winward Mercedes AMG GT4.
Yeah, and Alec he had already worked his way past that pack. He was behind them at the restart, down in 15th position. But Alec is now up to 9th position in that number 57 Winwood and Mercedes, running some pretty good laps there. As we see another new fastest laps. Patrick Gallagher has taken the lead of this race. He got past Eric Foss last time around, but now Trent Hinman has reset fastest lap of the race as he tries to make a move on Eric Foss for second place and making an Aston Martin 1-2.
Very nice. Very nice indeed. Still that battle going on behind Sheena Monk at turn 1, Jeremy, and track limits is being watched down there this weekend, there at turn 8 and at turn 10. Those are the places that race control feel that advantage can be gained. You can cut across the chicane as well, but that's a little more obvious in fairness. I think anybody would expect to get away with that. Coming down to half distance now, Jeremy.
Yeah, finally. Exactly right. Yeah, almost exactly 2 hours gone in this race. Patrick Gallagher leads. He did actually set fastest lap on that last lap, and then was eclipsed by a couple of hundredths of a second by Trent Hinman, with Eric Foss also turning his best lap of the race right in between the two of them. As we see Sheena Monk still struggling to keep this train of cars behind. It's Kenny Murillo now. He's going to try and go around the outside of turn 6, excuse me. That's always going to be pretty tricky. Doesn't pull it off.
Unsurprisingly, in fairness.
Indeed.
It's been pointed out by a number of people there's been plenty of moments already in this race. Not sure how many might be worthy of being highlighted or handing over a set of Michelin Racing tyres for. Fair point well made by everyone who's tweeted that at IMSA Radio. So Pat Gallagher leads now by 2.5 seconds. The battle for second, Murillo Racing Mercedes. Trent Hinman has got ahead of the Murillo Racing car. Yeah, just waiting for that to be confirmed on my timing screen as it was as they went across the line. So it is now, as Jeremy suggested, it would be a lap or two ago. An Aston Martin Vantage 1-2, albeit 2 seconds between the 23 and the bright yellow number 7. Sheena Monk heads to pit lane. Shadam will keep an eye on that. Sheena taking her 3rd pit stop after a decent run for her, and kept the cars behind her for the time that she was meant to try and stretch that fuel.
Was that
before pulling in? Go ahead, Jeremy.
I think it was that Russell Ward? I think just hit the wall there on the exit of turn 11.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
The left-hand side of that car. He was in that pack as well, along with the Sheena Monk and the car number 40 of Chadwick Cumbie. There's a big battle going on in there, and he looks like you've got away with it. He's still running at speed there, but we've seen a lot of shuffling position. The other car that was in the pit lane right before Sheena Monk, by the way, don't think we talked about it, was number 95 Turner Motorsport BMW. That was Dylan McIvern, who's just made a pit stop as well, so dropped back further down the order. The best of the TCR cars now, by the way, running in 11th place overall. That's Robert Noacre, who is he's pulled out 6 or 7 seconds over his team owner, Todd Lamb, in second place for Atlanta Speedworks Honda 1-2.
Look like rear tyres share there for the Motorsport in Action McLaren. Sheena stayed aboard there, so not sure if she was having some issues or she'd pushed a wee bit too hard. She'd only been out the pits for 16 laps, and not all of those in not all of those in green flag conditions. She'd done about 3 or 4 before she'd come in before that.
No, that was a normal pit stop. Sheena's minimum time has now been met. She's done the 40 minutes, and I am going to follow up on that because we've now had the 2-hour mark elapsed. Yeah, it didn't switch over.
Oh, hang on a second, Shay. We've got a collision between a TCR car. That's one of the Hyundais, and it is the number 4 of Russell Ward, who was trying to get into the pit lane, I think. And side-by-side contact again. This has been extraordinary, Jeremy. This is more like a demolition derby than a Michelin Pilot Challenge race.
Yeah, really unfortunate to see this many incidents during this race. We're halfway through now, 2 hours, and we've seen a lot more incidents we normally have in one of these 2-hour races. I think that contact that Russell Ward made with the wall on the exit of turn 11 last time around, has caused him to make a pit stop. Fair bit of damage to the left rear corner on that car.
Yeah, they're saying that the suspension's all right, but it might have knocked it out of trip. I think that was the Van der Steur Racing Hyundai that was involved there, the number 19, which is at the moment being driven by Rory van der Steur. And I think that car got caught on the wrong side as the 4 of Winward Racing was trying to get into the pit lane. Well, interestingly, they're looking at the front left of that car, so maybe it was more the front and the front end that's been a problem. They're putting the blocks underneath here. That means they're probably going to work on it on the pit lane for a wee while.
Yep, that means that car is not going back out, at least in the immediate future. Now, Jeremy mentioned just a few moments ago that the 95 Turner Motorsport BMW had been in the pit lane for service as well. I found this a bit surprising because Dylan McIver, D-Mac, stayed aboard that car yet again. He started the car. He's been the only driver in that car so far. And when you've got a Bill Oberlin up your sleeve for the end of this race, I thought maybe they were going to split it 50-50. But nope, Dylan not racing tomorrow, so clearly they're using all of him today. And then they'll put Bill in nice and fresh for the end of this one. As into the pit lane comes Eric Foss in the 56 Murillo Racing Mercedes. This is going to be fuel and tires, and Foss is not getting out of that car.
Given the amount of yellow we've had and intervention from the safety car, Jeremy, the difference in pit strategies here is quite remarkable, because pretty much everybody's been in around the same time, and yet we're seeing an awfully wide variety of tactics being employed here.
We are, aren't we? And it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in the last stages of this race. We've got an hour 55 remaining. I think it's going to be a tall ask for the number 56 car to get to the end of this race with just one more pit stop. I think it'll most likely require 2, unless there's some fairly major fuel save going on for Eric Foss there. It's a long stop waiting for the final dregs of fuel to get aboard that number 56 car. Then away he goes. So Patrick Gallagher leads, but only by, we've got actually an Aston Martin 1-2-3 at the moment, but one of the cars, the 09, is now one lap behind the leaders as Trent Hinman goes past.
Yeah, courtesy of that recent pit stop. Yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum here as to why we've got all of this. People obviously back timing towards the end of the race, want to get their drivers in, etc, etc. The Spencer Pigot driven Motorsport in Action car just gone across the line to complete lap 51, so just about on the end of the lead lap. Patrick Gallagher hoving into view. So I reckon that's the top still 16 in GS that are on the lead lap in GS. There's a few TCR cars actually, so if you want to be pedantic, it's the top 22 cars that are on the same lap as the leader, but we've got half a dozen TCRs mixed in to that. Yeah, that was a big bump on the wall for Russell. 2 big donuts on the wall, one from the front tyre and one from the rear Michelin. And then the next lap around, as I thought, Rory van der Steur. No, it was the 98, yes. Thank you, Shay.
Those Elantras can't buy any luck today, can they?
Yeah, absolutely. I was looking at who he was following on the track, but in fact that was the Parker Chase and Ryan Norman car that he had the incident with, slowing down to go in the pit lane. Well,
yeah. Why
would you go to the right of a car to go off the track to try to pass it?
Because the number 4 car was just surprisingly slow through the corner, I suppose, and he was kind of in the middle of the road at that stage, so by the time number 98 was tracking out, he was kind of committed to go past him on that side. He wouldn't have wanted to, but I think Russell could have done a slightly better job. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, I think, for Parker Chase.
So an hour and 52 minutes to go. New personal best for Kenny Murillo in the 65 AMG GT, and for Spencer Pigot in the number 3 Motorsport in Action Mia McLaren, 1:55.4. Top of the shop is still a 55.2, so that is a very good lap indeed, isn't it, by Spencer? Just a couple of tenths away from the fastest lap of the race. Spencer Pumpelly trying to chase down the two leading Aston Martins has now got Colin Brown right up his rear aerofoil, and that means he's going to have to drive considerably quicker to keep himself in front of Colin, who is fast in anything. I wouldn't even race him if he was in a supermarket shopping trolley, to be honest. Colin can pedal anything quickly, Jeremy.
He can, can't he? Yeah, heck of a driver. And good to see him, driving here in the Michelin Pilot Challenge Series as well. Particularly when he's at the wheel of a fast car, which I think he kind of has right now. Interesting, out of the front, Trent Hinman still trying to chip away at that gap for Patrick Galley. His two Aston Martins very, very closely matched at the front. They pulled out nearly 10 seconds over Spencer Pumpelly, who, given the fact he'd never driven a McLaren before Friday, was doing a fine job in that third position to hold on ahead of Colin Brown. And a little bit further back, the top 10 now, Robert Noaker in the TCR leading kind of at 84 for Atlanta Speedway, so Honda Civic, is now 10th place overall. And he's actually just a couple or 3 seconds ahead of his teammate Todd Lamb. Parker Chase about another 5 seconds back in third position. Parker Chase has got his mirrors full of Stephen Simpson. That's why Parker Chase didn't want to lift off going through turn 10, because he's got Stephen Simpson right on his gearbox. Well, would have been a gearbox if it was right on his tail. My bad.
Right on his rear axle.
There you go, thank you.
Right on the exhaust pipes. We've had an hour and 2. Right, okay. Quite close to the wall there. No, he's right in his box. Shea Adam, an hour and 2 of full course yellow. We've now been green for 23 minutes, which is the longest bit of green flag that we've had. And we've got that 23 Aston Martin in the pit lane.
And it is a driver change as Patrick Gallagher gets out and Stephen McAleer gets in. They do like to keep things fair down there, and Patrick Gallagher and Stephen McAleer have been friends for a very long time, as Stephen's actually been team owner for Patrick, I believe, back in the MX5 Cup days when Patrick won that championship. But it is fuel and tires for the Aston Martin, and the tire change is almost done. The fuel hose has been out for 4, 5, 6, so they lost a little bit of time on that. But yes, as Jeremy points out, one former MX5 Cup champ handing over to another former MX5 Cup champ in the hands of Stephen McAleer. Let's see what the Scot can do to the end of this one.
What's the story on the livery of that Aston Martin? Because it looks like some kind of art car project. I really like it with the red, white and black. What's not to like, Shea? Do you know the story?
I do not know the story on that one, John, to be perfectly honest.
It's on a postcard then, or a Twitter too.
It's Eddie Van Halen's Frankenstrat guitar is what that livery is all about.
There you go. Which is legendary in the rock world.
Absolutely.
And it looks absolutely brilliant on an Aston Martin, which proves, you see, people used to laugh at me when I first bought houses on my own, and I'm by no measure an interior decorator. So I had a gold leaf Lotus room, I had a Gulf room, Etruscan orange and sky blue, Bentley green for the hall. I reckon if you've got a good colour scheme that works on one thing, it might well work on another. So let somebody else who's clever and work that out, do the hard work, and then just go and get the paint match down at your local DIY shop. Proves to me that a good livery for a Fender is a good livery for an Aston Martin. Both design classics in their own right. It's IMSA racing on a Saturday here at Watkins Glen International Raceway, the Tioga Downs Casino 240 for the Michelin Pilot Challenge 2021, and looking at a reasonably long run of green flag racing. Keep our fingers crossed for that. Shea Adam will give us a VP Racing Fuel update on drive time for a couple of cars for which it is relevant.
Yes, well, there are two drivers who I would expect to see back in their cars, and indeed they are short on the minimum times, 19 seconds short for Michael Cooper in the Black Dog Speed Shop McLaren, so he will have to take back over for Spencer Pumpelly at some point. And the other driver who was just under a minute short on drive time was Andrew Davis in the McCann Racing Audi R8. I would expect to see that number 8 back in with Andrew supplanted for the end of this one as well.
And explain why drive time is important and why those guys would have to get back in, Shea.
So the minimum time for, and I only did this in terms of the drivers that have two drivers in a car instead of 3 drivers in a car, and those drivers who have been in the car and then been out of the car, you must meet a minimum amount of time, that's 40 minutes, 40. Whether the race is 2 hours or 4 hours doesn't change the minimum drive time. Those were the 2 drivers who started the race and then got out of the car, and we should need to see them back in to meet that minimum drive time so that the co-driver does not exceed maximum drive time, which just happens to be the exact polar opposite of the minimum drive time, 3 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah. So basically you'd be at fault for both things if you went over or under, if you see what I mean.
If you've only got the 2 drivers, yeah. Okay, I follow that quite nicely.
And that was certainly the plan for the Black Dog team, for Michael Cooper to start the race and finish it.
Yeah, so not suggesting that anybody has A, got anything wrong, or B, is transgressing, but just pointing out the nature of the regulations. So Hindman by 12 seconds now for Aston Martin, ahead of the Black Dog Speed Shop McLaren in the hands of Spencer Pumpelly. Colin Brown for Toyota. What a result this is so far. What a run it is for the GT4. Just half a second back in 3rd place. Alec Udell has quietly, Jeremy, driven the second of the Winward Racing Mercedes-AMG GT4, which, remember, was facing backwards on the first lap at turn 6. The 57 car now into 4th position, ahead of Hugh Plum for Team TGM in the Camaro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different, 7 different manufacturers in the top 7, with Aston, McLaren, Toyota, Mercedes, Chevy Camaro, Audi and Ford Mustang in your top 7 positions, separated by half a minute. And a real battle going on at the moment for that 2nd position, Jeremy.
Indeed so, yeah, with Spencer Pumpelly under intense pressure now from Colin Brown. Or is he going to have a look at the inside of turn 10? I doubt it, because that's a very quick corner. These last couple of corners are super fast, and the McLaren is really under, he's got his absolute mirrors full now with Colin Brown, who's, I think, loving driving this Toyota Super GT4. The McLaren just a little bit fleeter on the straights, however. It'll be a little bit frustrating for Colin, because once they get out of turn 11, the McLaren able to stretch its legs and pull out another length or 2 as they head down towards turn 1. And then Spencer Pumpelly running a little bit wide on the exit there, and I think up through the S's he's going to have his mirrors full once again with Colin Brown. Battle for 3rd place in TCR is continuing just as strongly as it was before as well, with Parker Chase having been chased very, very hard by Stephen Simpson in the number 98 and number 54 car. They're ready together to come around to complete their 57th lap.
Just going back to that Pumpelly and Brown battle for 2nd and 3rd. They were into the pits for their last stop just a lap apart, 26 and 25 laps ago. What I can't remember is who took tyres and who didn't. I think they both took tyres on that stop, but it did look as though the McLaren was struggling a little bit for rear grip there. We saw Sheena Monk coming in a bit earlier than I had expected. We are getting into the stage now if you've been leaning on the tyres. We've had so much yellow, it's hard to work out who is doing what with which tyres and who's used new tyres or who might have a set of sticker Michelins for the end of the race. And to be honest, it might come down to that. Things are so close and the lap times are so very close indeed. In TCR, it is still Robert Noaker. In fact, both of the Atlanta Speedworks Hondas have cycled their way back to the front, with Todd Lamb in 2nd place. Then the 3 Hyundai battle headed by Parker Chase, with Stephen Simpson and Rory van der Steur battling for 3rd, 4th and 5th in respectively the 94, 98 and 54 cars. But also good scrap going on at the moment. Oh, I'll break away from that in a moment, as the 46 is back in the pit lane. This is the Ted Giovannis car. I'll get the Hugh Plum car, excuse me. So Matt Plum probably getting his chance in that TGM car. She'll keep an eye on that. These 3 Hyundais are 2 different body shapes, but going very nicely indeed through the final corner and onto the start-finish line. With an hour and 41.5 minutes to go, it is in 3rd position. That number 98, that's the Elantra, the sort of fastback sedan shape rather than the hatchback of the Veloster. Have to have 4 or 5 doors to be TCR compliant, and you could be forgiven for thinking, if you looked at the Veloster, that it doesn't comply there, because if you look at one side, there is 1 long door on the driver's side. On the passenger side, there are 2 doors, and of course with the hatchback, that makes it a 4-door car. But I understand why people keep sending me a note saying you're not allowed 3-door cars in TCR. You're absolutely right, you're not. But the Veloster is a 3-door plus 1 hatchback car. It's just the 3 doors are not in the normal places, shall we say.
Configuration, huh?
Yes, very good, Jeremy. Yes, let's do something a little bit different. Getting onto the back of that battle, by the way, is the Alpha, but that car, I think, has dropped away and lost a lap or 2, which I have to say I didn't see how that happened. I'll have a look at that through the lap chart. Meantime, Shay, we've got some more pit callers. Spencer Pumpelly for you in the Black Dog number 34 McLaren.
See, I mentioned that Michael Cooper was slightly short on drive time, and out he gets. And out gets Spencer Pumpelly in his Magnus fire suit. That's going to be lovely to wear tomorrow. Fuel and tires for the McLaren, and they are doing what they hope will be a much smoother stop. The team was really hoping to avoid a green flag pit stop, because the last one was not so great under the yellow caution when they did do the 4 tires. But now they're working on the right front. They're going to come around and do the right rear and then the left rear. And then Michael Cooper will be sent out to finish this race. And it has been a strong race for them, excluding that 1 pit stop, but they've proven that they can race their way back up to the front. So let's see. Nope, they're going to lose quite a bit of time. The gun won't actually reach all the way over to the left rear. So once again, a lot of time lost in the stop, because the tire change significantly slower than the time to refuel the McLaren.
Shea Adam with their VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock report. So 100 minutes just under to go now, and a huge amount, Jeremy, I would think, of number crunching going on up and down the pit lane in both classes to work out how far people can go. As into the pits from the lead comes the Archangel Volt Racing Bar with Archangel Aston Martin Vantage. Trent Hinman in the picture.
And this is interesting, because the first domino that fell was Joe Vardy bringing in the 46 Team TGM Camaro. The second domino to fall was Black Dog with the McLaren coming in. And now Mike Johnson bringing in Trent Hinman in the Volt Racing Aston Martin. They are doing 4 tires, maybe not, maybe just 2 tires on that stop. And a lot of fuel, as out of the Supra gets Colin Brown. So his time having fun will have to pause until tomorrow during the Salem 6 Hours of the Glen, when he'll be driving an LMP3 machine. But he did do a good job on his debut for Toyota and bringing the Supra up into the top 3 for this pit box. So now we've got Bill Riley versus Mike Johnson versus Joe Vardy. Some of the best brains on the boxes in the business. Let's see which one of them gets it just quite right.
And it was 4 tires for the Volt Aston Martin. Wheels turned to the left, ready to go. Super stop there. Everything done, ready to go, just waiting on the fuel. That was an hour and 2 minutes for that car, with 6 laps of full course caution. So an hour and 2 minutes or 27 laps. I have no data on a full stint of green, Jeremy, such has been the race in terms of pit out to pit in again with a full stint of fuel. So I can't tell you what a
nobody's done it yet. That's
yes,
right.
exactly. Nobody's done it, so I can't tell you what a quote-unquote normal pit stop routine is for either of the categories at the moment. So apologies for that. We might, with a bit of luck and a fair wind, get that before the end of the race. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us as we are moving in towards the last 90 minutes of this race, and another set of pit stops coming, with one more stop at least for those who have just stopped now before the end of the race. TCR battle still goes on unabated, and the interesting note for me is that the number 5 KMW Motorsport Alpha, which is a lap off the lead in class, has just unlapped itself from that battle we were watching. It's got back ahead of the field. Tim Lewis behind the wheel of that car at the moment, and it came up to them and drove past that little scrap relatively easily. Now, it could be that they're on new tyres, which I will check immediately as I think about that. Yeah, he's only been out 5 laps, so there you go. He probably has better rubber, at least on the front end of that. Stop for Turner Motorsport, Shea.
And now Will Turner and Don Saloma are weighing in on this brains game and putting in their secret weapon, not so secret weapon. Bill Oberlin getting in with 4 new Michelin tires to the number 95 Turner Motorsports BMW. That car is going to be strong for the next hour and 35 minutes.
Side by side, the 2 Hyundais. We probably just pre-recorded that and kept playing it every 5 or 10 minutes as they go into the inner loop. And the number 77, which is the Mike Lewis and Taylor Hagler car, in behind the KMW Motorsport Alpha at the moment. Just gone past, both of those cars have just gone past Trent Estep's CB Motorsport Hyundai Veloster. That was the battle that we were watching. Hyundai pit stop as well, Shea.
Fuel tires and a driver change, I believe that was.
Yeah.
And now, was that the 98, John?
Yes, it was. It's Ryan Norman who's been installed.
Yes, excellent. Great story, because Ryan Norman, the defending TCR champion, he won this championship last year. He's going to be missing the race on Friday. Why, you might ask? Because he's making his IndyCar debut this coming weekend at Mid-Ohio, his home track. And by the way, the track that car and Ryan got the win at last time out. So pretty cool that he's going out to try and get another win here this weekend. We've also got the 40 PF Racing Mustang. They missed the bus stop to Chad McCumbee, so he was going slowly. But into the pit lane, the number 65 Murillo Racing Mercedes. They're having a bit of trouble doing the tire change, particularly on the front. And the fuel hose did not want to be seated all the way in, but no driver change. Kenny Murillo staying aboard this one.
Yeah, seem to be having trouble seating the wheels on the left-hand side, but it's done. They haven't lost any time. Oh no, they were a lug nut short on the rear, so one had to be picked up off the floor. Now they're going to work on the right-hand side as well, but this is not without some slight consternation there. The fuel hose is out, so now they are losing time. But not that much, actually. That was a pretty decent recovery on a pit stop that clearly, Jeremy, did not go to plan. I think what happened there is when they pushed the wheels onto the hubs, some of the lug nuts that were on there were knocked off. You normally glue them on so that they're there, and then you just hit them with the wrench. And one of the tyre changes, very cleverly picked up a couple of spare nuts from the ones that they were taking off and hand fastened them on. So that was a pretty good save, I thought, there from that pit stop, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely right. And tell you what this is going to do with number 57 car of Alec Udell and Kenny Murillo in the another Mercedes. This one for Murillo Racing as opposed to the Winwood car with Udell. These two cars coming into the pits. That I was going to say was going to put Robert Noaker in the TCR leading car in the lead of this race. But as I said, that he comes into the pits as well. Question is, will Todd Lamb stay out to lead a lap overall, which would be kind of cool. In fact, Noaker has just just crossed the line, so he is still in the lead of the race before Patrick Gallagher comes through to retake the lead of this race in the Not Lad Racing by RS1. Justin Perazzoni's crew there, RS1, that's a former champion in this championship. But it's been a great run by this number 84 team to lead the race, and shown as the race leader overall as they complete lap 63.
Game on pit stops.
Fuel and tires for the number 84, which Robert Noaker, another one of those MX5 guys, brought in, and out will be taking Ryan Henderson. He is getting the driving duties for the last little bit of this race. The team, Atlanta Speedworks, had decided to stagger their pit stops rather than bring both cars in at once. They were bringing in the leader on one lap, and then the next lap in will be coming Todd Lamb to hand over to Ryan Eversley, but a slow stop as they changed the rear tires on this Honda. The fuel probe came out, and about 11 seconds passed before the car got moving for the pit stop being done. Also into the pit lane, the Vanderster Hyundai, this car with fuel, tires, and a driver change as well. I believe that's Denny Dupont taking back over that 19 Hyundai. And next up, we expect to see the 94 into the pits. That will be the second to last of our TCR pit stoppers. Only other expected is Steven Simpson in the 54 Hyundai.
Did you mention the penalty, Shea?
I did not. There was a drive-through penalty issue for the number 8. That's the McCann Audi. 1 click over the limit, but that's all it takes. So that's going to be a trip down the pit lane to serve that.
Yeah, it's an absolute speeding. Yep. 90 minutes to go. If you're just joining us tonight, maybe coming in from your Saturday, whether you're listening on IMSA Radio RS2 or you're watching around the world, good to have your company, whatever time it is. Just after 5 o'clock at Watkins Glen. Plenty of racing still to come. We're racing till at 9 o'clock on next Friday evening here at the Glen, with IMSA Pilot Challenge, Michelin Pilot Challenge, IMSA Prototype Challenge, and WeatherTech. Next Thursday and Friday. We'll have those races for you on Friday. Check IMSARadio.com for all of our broadcast details. All the archive is there as well for all IMSA content going way back. If you want to do a bit of research, very handy archive there. Thanks to Tim Gray and the rest of our technical team for getting that one up and running. IMSARadio.com, the home of all our IMSA content, and that's next Thursday and Friday. The schedule's at the bottom of the homepage. It will auto convert to your time zone. So I'm going to have to refresh my timing screen because I don't think that's quite correct. I've got TCR car leading the race.
Well, like I said, Robert Noaker led the race the lap he came into the pits. His teammate Todd Lamb has stayed out, so he is indeed leading the race overall. Stephen McAleer is taking over. Patrick Gallagher is in second place.
Just past the front of the lead, actually. Just past him on the circuit as the Atlanta Speedworks car comes in. Now that is a function, Jeremy, of having over an hour of full course caution. It also tells you how good these TCR cars are on the twisty bits. They might not have the outright top speed, but there's some very fast corners here, and the TCR cars are as quick as the GT4 cars in those twisty bits.
Yeah.
So into the pit lane.
Brilliant effort by the Atlanta Speedway team. They've been in control all the way through this race meeting.
Oh, and you say that, well, Jeremy, that's their first mistake.
It's a problem here at Watkins Glen because that is a downhill pit lane, and if you don't have the brakes on, then the car is going to roll forward. The only other way to, and if you're getting out of the car, it's a problem. So you need to make sure it's in gear, or some of them have a kind of a fiddle brake to employ once that car is stationary, but it's a problem. Meanwhile, so Stephen McAleer now will lead this motor race. Jan Halen is in second place, about 3.5 seconds behind in the Wright Motorsports Porsche, with Trent Hindman in third position, right behind him. And then the new TCR leader yet to make a pit stop, therefore, will be Stephen Simpson. In fourth place overall, the best of the TCR cars right now, with Todd Lamb still on pit lane, or perhaps just rejoining. But this battle for second place, heading up the hill and then down again towards turn 8, is Jan Halen with Trent Hindman right on his tail. Florida resident Jan Halen with Trent Hindman. These two guys are going to be sharing a car though tomorrow, aren't they? In the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race.
Awkward. Could be a bit of a quiet briefing in the morning there. Shit.
No, I've got intel from the teams. They're on different strategies. Trent is on new tires. Jan is on a bit of a fuel save. He's on old tires. It's not going to be much of a battle. But when has Jan Halen ever let anybody by quietly?
Never. It doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter if he was on the cords and the last drop of fuel. He's not going to move over. There's not a chance he's going to move over. Not even for his teammate tomorrow. There's still an hour and 25 minutes here. Anything could happen. More TCR pit stops now, and this is at the front of the TCR field as Stephen Simpson brings the Michael Johnson Racing Red White 54 into the pit. Shea Adam with this VP Racing pit report.
Yeah, and I said a bit of a fuel save. I was tongue-in-cheek. Jan Halen doesn't ever drive anything but 1010s. This is Stephen Simpson in the 54 Hyundai, getting 2 new Michelin tires on the front of this car and a whole lot of fuel, which means that Ryan Eversley will come through into the lead of the race. Also into the pit lane, the number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW. This one is Robbie Foley getting some stickers. That'll make Robbie a very happy buddy out on track indeed, as he's going out to try and hold off of Bill Oberlin, his teammate tomorrow. Again, why am I seeing so many of these themes right now? Kind of amusing. But yes, out on the racetrack, I'm waiting to see Eversley go through into the lead, because with the trouble early on for the 77, Taylor Hagler and Mike Lewis down in 8th position right now in class. Eversley, by holding the lead of the race, would then take the points lead as well.
Just a moment or two ago, going down into turn 6, the pass was made by Trent Hindman, and the bright highlighter yellow Volt Racing Aston Martin that he shares with Adam Brilliantful is through, and therefore up into second place. Jan Halen for Wright Motorsports in the 718 Cayman has dropped back a position. And just to follow that up, I know Shea was talking somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but Hindman is on 7.5 lap old tyres, and Jan Halen is on 25.5 lap old tyres. So they were on different strategies, and I would expect to see that Wright Motorsport Porsche into the pit lane sometime soon. And that will be the first time I've seen a full green flag stint when Jan Halen comes in. He's done 25 laps. I think he's probably got 1 or 2 more, so there might be an element of him trying to save fuel, but he's, see what he's done so far in terms of time. He's done 48 minutes, and there are 83 minutes still to go, so he is within the window, Jeremy, to take this stop and then 1 more for that Wright Porsche.
Yeah, all of these guys need 1 more stop after this one, but that's the bad news for number 16 car, because it's got to make a stop now and it needs to make another one before the end of the race, whereas all the other leaders here, well, I'm not sure about number 23 car. I think that's going to be struggling, but from number 40, well, from the number 7 car on back, they can certainly get to the end here with one more pit stop, whereas number 16 car effectively has to make 2. Did you catch me there?
Yes. 23 you were worried about, weren't you? They are...
To go. So he's got to do kind of 55 minutes on fuel if he's to get to the end with just one more stop from here. He came in...
he's been out 25 minutes at the moment, yeah.
He came in 6 laps before, let's say, the number 7 car, which is currently running in 2nd position overall, just about 4 seconds behind.
Shit.
I'm just looking at the last pit stop times for certain people, and the TCR runners in particularly, the 84, which had a good stop, that was Brian Henderson taking over, was in the pit lane for 90 seconds, but the car in 2nd, Ryan Norman, I talked about him when he got in the car, his pit time was only 86 seconds, so 4 seconds faster of a stop. The stop for the sister car to the Atlanta Speedworks, that's Ryan Eversley behind the wheel, they were in the pit lane for 101 seconds. So that car, which came in from the lead, is currently out in 5th by dint of about a 15-second long stop. Ouchie.
Yeah, was that a mistake or was it more fuel? I would suggest that they'll all be brim filling those cars, so something didn't go to plan, sticky wheel or something. Remember, it should be the fuel fill that determines the length of the pit stop. You should be, unless you're doing a splash at the end or some kind of tactical short fill, you should be able to get all the work done, including changing your tyres out and driver if required. You should be able to get that done before you pull the fuel hose out. Yeah.
So Brian Henderson was able to retain the lead in that number 84 car, having taken over from the pole sitter Robert Noaker, but he's got Ryan Norman right on his tail at the moment, as we see the 14th place car that was leading earlier on was back on the lead lap, but now making a pit stop as well. So a TCR then, Brian Henderson and Ryan Norman, number 84 and 98, running pretty much nose to tail. Trenton Estep in number 81 car just 3 seconds behind them. Stephen Simpson another 3 seconds behind them. And Ryan Eversley dropped back during that round of pit stops. He's now back in the 5th position and another 3 seconds behind Stephen Simpson. So he was the guy that was the number 94 car. This car got lost out during that round of pit stops.
And that 14th car that came into the pits was the 14th GS position car for Automatic Racing, the 09 machine with Ramin Abdulvahari behind the wheel, and that is, yeah, that's okay for them. That's about right on their pit stop time. It's been out for 24 laps. Possibly a little bit short, but that is a 50-minute stint near enough for that car. But again, they'll be back timing towards the end of the race. We've got an hour and 20 to go, so what's that, 80 minutes? So clearly, if you're doing 50 minutes or thereabouts, you're well inside once you get inside the 100 minutes for the GS car. A couple of moments ago, going down the front straight, the number 98 Ryan Norman, Brian Herter Autosport, looking to the inside of the leading Brian Henderson Atlanta Speedworks car and getting the pass made into the first corner. New leader in TCR, 15th position overall for the TCR leader. Clean as you like there, Jeremy. And Ryan Norman getting that courtesy of a better exit from the final corner, turn 11 on the front straight.
Possibly. He certainly had good straight line speed as well, heading down into turn 1, so that Hyundai Elantra, they're pretty fleet on the straight, is able to make that pass, and as you say, for the lead. So from the back to the front now for that number 98 team in TCR. They started last, didn't set a qualifying time yesterday, and now in the lead of this race. And with the problems earlier on for the one of the other Brian Herter's Autosport cars, Taylor Hagler and Michael Lewis, who were in the lead of the points just over Ryan Eversley. This is going to allow Parker Chase and Ryan Norman to gain up a lot of ground. They were actually equal on points with Gavin Earnshaw and John Morley coming into this weekend. 102 20 behind the number 77 car.
Yeah, good point that Jeremy makes there. Probably an idea to mention some of the cars who have had problems. We lost the Rebel Rock Racing number 78 Chevrolet Camaro. Frank Depew planted that in the guardrail in between turns 8 and 9 rather comprehensively to bring out the yellow flag earlier on. Gavin Ernstall was tipped into a spin at turn 7, the toe of the boot, and that was Ted Giovannis, I think, from memory, and he was penalised for that. The big incident, Tyler Gonzalez involved in trying to avoid an already spun and badly damaged Alex Papadopoulos in the Fast MD Racing Audi. Whilst yellow flags were being shown, those two cars will take no further part. And then a loose front wheel for the VGMC Honda Civic coming out the pits. A pretty good spot by the driver of the number 88 car, and that at the time was Carl Whitmer, but that car has not turned any more laps since then. Although I should say Gavin Ernstone is back on track, albeit some 50 laps down on the class leader in TCR, but that car is still, or is back circulating, so the damage to the right rear of that car after that car had to be recovered from the toe of the boot has been fixed by the team. Two Hyundais side by side going down the back straight. Yes, there's that thing we recorded earlier. It's a Elantra versus Veloster, with the 84 Honda sitting right in behind for Atlanta Speedworks. And that's getting pretty tasty. So that is, yeah, it is a team car, but it's not on the lead lap, is it? Or is it? No, it's not, no. Correct. So that's Norman and Henderson in their 98 Hyundai, and the Civic of Brian Henderson, the 84 car, battling for the other blue Hyundai in that battle is down the field, and still trying to fight its way back. That isn't stopping, by the way. That's the number 77 car that I'm talking about, the Michael Lewis car. It's a lap off the lead in 8th position in TCR. That's not stopping the battle for the lead, though. In TCR, Lewis has got back through and got a lap back then on the two leading cars.
So if there is a full course caution, that will enable number 77 car to run around to the back end of the cars on the lead lap in TCR. I hadn't realised that car was still there. So it's running in the 8th position.
Correct.
In TCR, but still has not been lapped by the TCR leader. And that, if there is a full course caution, is the crucial element for that car. Meanwhile, the third...
I think it's just unlapped itself, Jeremy, actually.
Correct.
I think that's come from behind that battle for the lead,
Yeah. So, both the Hyundais running well here at this stage of the game. One's in the lead, one's back on the lead lap. The third place car, Jan Halen, into the pits with an hour and 13 minutes remaining. So there's no way you can get to the end of the race from here. I know I've said that before, but there isn't. Trust me, this time. Before it needs
paging Robert Liddell. Paging Robert Liddell.
Exactly right. Thank you.
Yes. No, if not without some help, and whether it's divine intervention or the intervention of the safety car, the Corvette C8 safety car, it would have to be some kind of miracle to make it from here. Either that or a source of fuel that we're not aware of in that car. 3.7 seconds the gap at the front of the field, by the way. The two Aston Martins, that's what they're split by. The red 23, mostly red 23. Not Lad Racing by RS1 team car, from the bright yellow Volt Racing by Archangel. And at the moment, where are they on the track? Just coming up to turn number 8. The heel of the boot, that's where the leader is. And as they turn into turn number 9, second place car is halfway up the run between 8 and 9. They're catching up this battle for the lead in TCR. So we're going to have the leader overall, Jeremy, on pace now, putting a lap on the TCR cars, which we haven't seen happen yet because we've had over an hour of safety car running. But this is about to happen now for the first time in the race.
It is, yes, and I'm just looking to see, where is the number 13 car, Kuno Whitman? I thought he came out of the pits after taking over from Rory Fidani on the lead lap, but he's not on the lead lap. He's
18th position.
18th position,
yeah.
But not on the lead lap anymore. So yeah, he's 15th and 16th of the TCR leaders right now, and they are about to be lapped by Stephen McAleer in the Not Lad Racing by RS1 Aston Martin.
Yeah, good spot on that. Here comes the Aston Martin through the outer loop to catch that battle for the lead in TCR. And as I say, given the amount of yellow we've had, the TCR cars have kept up a cracking pace when they have been running. And we have another pit stop for the McLaren. Spencer Piggott coming in inside the top 10 in the Motorsport in Action McLaren. Shea Adam is keeping an eye on that for us. I expect Spencer to stay in that car, I think, Shea.
Yes, no amount of crowbarring could get Spencer out of that McLaren right now, I don't think. Fuel and tires for Mia, and this will be him into the end of this one as well. Jan Halen just came in a few minutes ago. He got fuel and finally got the 4 new tires so he can go out and battle with Trent Hinman and actually put up a bit of a fight. But yeah, we're starting to see the first final pit stops. Who is going to make the right call?
Just underlining what we were saying about how quick the TCRs are through the corners. The leader of the race in the Aston Martin coming up on the 2 Hyundais, one right at the end of the lead lap, the number 77, and the leader in TCR, the 98. And the Aston could only get by, Jeremy, by using superior straight line speed on actually not even one of the shorter straights. It has to be one of the longer straights heading into and through the corners. I don't think there's hardly any difference at all between the minimum corner speeds between the TCRs and certainly the front running TCRs and the front running GT4 cars.
No, that's right, and they are very, very close to actually the corners. It's interesting to me now, the number 77 car, I think you thought it did regained the lead lap, but he's in grave danger now of being overtaken by Ryan Norman, who clearly wants past, because I think he's still behind him at the moment, but not very much.
It looked like he was going to go through there, Jeremy. That was all down to the 77 being lapped again by the leader of the race. It pushed him offline a little bit at an inopportune moment, and he lost some momentum there. He's in a bit of clear air now, and the battle for the lead is behind him, but that's going to be broken up by Trent Hinman, who's coming through in the bright yellow Volt Aston Martin as they go through the toe of the boot. Slow moving TCR Audi, and again it's further problems for the number 17. That was the car that stopped on the front straight earlier on in the race. And I tell you what, for those who have had problems, Jeremy, they haven't normally just had a single problem. And Mikey Taylor in that Unitronic JDC Miller Motorsport, they got the car back going again. In fact, that's its out lap from the pit, so it's getting back up to speed. But where there have been problems, my goodness, have there been problems for cars?
Yeah, no kidding. We've seen a lot of problems for a lot of cars during this race. That was just sterling work then to get the number 17 car back out. And you know, that's a great example of never giving up. I mean, they're not going to get much out of this race, but they are going to get some valuable track time in preparation for next weekend's race.
Running in
Friday's race.
Next Friday, yes, not even a week away. At 9th position, that car at the moment still has the 51 Copeland Motorsports Hyundai Veloster behind it, and of course there's a couple of other cars that we haven't seen come back out the pits, and they'll stay ahead of the Roadshagger Racing car, which of course was right at the sharp end of the field coming into this race this weekend.
Actually, that car didn't. It only lost 20 odd laps. Actually, I didn't realise it had done as many laps as it had. The number 17 car for JDC Miller Motorsports. It's only 20 laps off the lead. You're having had that gearbox problem early on. Whoa, yikes!
Big battling between the two quote-unquote teammates, and then a touch between the leading TCR car and the McLaren number 13, and that was all down to the 77 car trying to stay on the lead lap there, Jeremy, and was pushing very hard indeed. Lost the lead lap for a moment, Michael Lewis, and then got it back coming out of the inner loop, which pushed the leader of the TCR category, Ryan Norman, in the 98, the Elantra, a little bit wide, dirt on the tyres, understeered off the track, coming out of the outer loop, and that is quick there, and that has allowed the Atlanta Speedwork Honda FK7 TCR right back in there, and right in the middle of that, as I say, was the number 13 McLaren, which is Kuno Whitmer in the AWA McLaren, that car with the yellow front end, as he was trying to pick his way through. Goodness me. Shows how hot,
isn't it?
It is, and it shows how important it is to stay on the lead lap, even if you are battling with a quote-unquote team car who is in the lead of the category. But quite clearly they know, with an hour and 6 minutes to go, that any indiscretion that brings out the safety car, they are back in the fight, Jeremy, with that 77 car, as I say, still sitting in the top 10 in the TCR running at the moment.
True. So you want to keep up that pressure and keep on going. And Carlo was overtaken by Kuno Whitmer. He is a lap down to the overall leader, but again, not out of this race yet. I think he's going to try to track down Stephen McAleer if he possibly can. I think he's got too much probably to make up. He's still behind Trent Hinman, who's about 5 seconds behind Stephen McAleer. But the Pole City car, Kuno Whitmer, is the first car 1 lap down now in 15th place.
Yeah, 2 Aston Martins at the top of the field in GS, from 2 Mercedes, from a Toyota Supra GT4. Fingers crossed for Riley Motorsports. This is a really good run for that number 21 car. Then it's the Chevy Camaro from Team TGM, Matt Plum now behind the wheel. That little lot are the top 6, and they're only separated by 46 seconds, all of them. That's from 6th to 1st. And in fact, you can add Bill Auble into that happy band, because he's only a second further back. Oh, and add the Michael Cooper Black Dog Speed Shop McLaren into that as well, because he's only another 1.5 seconds. So the top 8 cars, Jeremy, within half a lap of each other, quite comfortably.
Yeah, that's right. Michael Cooper actually he was overtaken on that last lap by Bill Auble in the Turner Motorsport BMW. So Bill, they're getting ahead of Michael Cooper. That's the battle for 7th and 8th positions. As you say, they're about 50 seconds overall behind Stephen McAleer, who leads. And the critical thing for the number 23 car is how long can it go before it makes its next pit stop. It's been out now for 49 to go, for 45 minutes. He's going to have to stay out for another 10 minutes, I think, before, in order to be able to get to the end of this race without making one more splash at the end.
Wait, Jeremy, which car was that, did you say?
The leading car.
Oh, yes, yeah.
23 car.
Yeah, McAleer, as you say, has been out 45 minutes at the moment. They've done more than that.
Super consistently is McAleer. Mid 55s, mid to high, 55.5 to 55.7 in terms of his lap times, lap after lap after lap. Really doing a nice job. It's actually edged out a little bit over the number 7 car of Trent Hinman. That gap is out to 5 seconds. It was down to a low of about 3.3.
Battle for the lead. Come back to that in a moment, because you're spot on with that, Jeremy, and I just want to underline that. But the battle for the lead in TCR is continuing, with now not 1 but 2 Atlanta Speedworks Hondas right up the tailpipes of the leading Brian Herter Motorsport Elantra. So Ryan Norman with double trouble behind him. It might get a little bit of help from the Michael Johnson Racing Veloster, the red and white car, the 54, as this is all closing up very nicely indeed, and the top 4 are absolutely in line astern formation coming through the final corner. Got pit stops for leading runners. I'll come to Shea for that in a moment, but just to underline what Jeremy was saying about the leader of the race, Sean McAlee has bested this stint, which he started some 46 minutes ago. His best lap was a 1:55.3. His average lap is a 1:55.9. That's the consistency that he has been putting in this last 45 minutes or so. Shea Adam, top runners stopping. We've had Murillo Racing in from, I think they were 3rd when they came in, weren't they?
Yes, correct. And just to add on that, that's why Stephen McClure is a former series champion. And another former series champion is Eric Foss. And I have just had to look at something because it's been a little while since Eric Foss and Jeff Mosing have won a race. But it's been a little longer than I thought. 2017 at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, 4 years ago, was the last time that the 56 Murillo Racing car was atop the podium. That was when ST was still around, and that was the year that Eric Foss went on to win the championship. So it's been a little while, and that could very easily be a fan favorite. Fuel and tires for the custard and rhubarb, is that how you describe it, John?
Yeah,
that Mercedes.
Thank you, Shea. Well, Ryan Eversley has dispatched his teammate out of 2nd position, has gone straight to work on the back of the number 98 Hyundai. Coming out the toe of the boot, he's got to the right-hand side, he's in the right position on the road. He will have the line into the corner, he's got the overlap. I think he's going for the lead, and I think he'll take the lead, and he has taken the lead in TCR. That's a great drive since the last set of pit stops from Ryan Eversley, who's fought his way back into contention here in the 2nd of the Atlanta Speedworks car, which is now the leading car, and through goes his teammate Brian Henderson as well, as he's been able to follow through. Now, I just wonder if the Hyundai is struggling a little bit. He's only 16 laps into what should be a 26, 27, 28 lap stint. But are they struggling just a little bit for grip, or are they trying to stretch fuel? They all have to stop one more time, surely. They're all in the middle of a stint, Jeremy. They can't go another hour from here, those 3.
They're just being outpaced at this stage by the Hondas. I mean, Ryan Eversley's made up 10 seconds over the last 10 laps on the leaders in TCR. Now he's back in the lead of this race, so he's got the fastest. He's the fastest car on track in TCR. He's also set the fastest lap of the race in TCR, so that Atlanta Speedworks car is in control of this race right now. Meanwhile, number 23 car does come onto the pit lane now, and I think that's too early to get to the end from here on one stop. There's an hour to go just now, and that car is in the pits.
It's going to be very tight, isn't it? Let's put it that way.
It's about 10 minutes short.
Yeah, we haven't got a lot of information because of all the yellow flags, but the best GS run that I've seen, an hour and 6, I had 6 laps of yellow flags in it. So
yeah, no, the first car, I think, on the strategy to get to the end without another caution period, and that's the key point here, is the number 46 car most likely. That stopped with just over an hour and 40 remaining in this race. It was followed in the next time around by the number 34 McLaren, which I think is going to be struggling to get to the end. Would be struggling, but it's down the order now, in any case, down in the 7th position. The number 7 car, I think, is in the best position to get to the end. He won't be in the pits for another 10 minutes or so, and should be able to get to the end from there.
Yeah,
and he now leads this race, of course, with the 23 car in the pits.
Which car did I say was the first one I'd seen a full stint from? It was the Wright Motorsports car, and Jan did 29 green flagged laps. That was 56 minutes in that car. Trent Hinman is on his 21st lap, or 39 minutes out of the pits in the Aston Martin. We have to do the thing as you would do on any financial services advert, which is the small print, which is Aston Martins and Porsche may burn fuel at a different rate, and therefore might get different laps and there are different amounts of time out of the pits before they have to come in or run out of fuel.
Yeah, the guy who's flying though is Bill Oberlin. He's
hang on, Jeremy. No, that's not a headline. Can't sell that one to the front page, mate. Really can't.
love it.
Yeah, but you're right. He's putting in some cracking times at the moment.
Yeah.
Who's he chasing down right now? He's got Scott Andrews ahead of him in the Toyota, hasn't he? 15 seconds up the road.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting.
But he's a long way behind number 7 car, which is pretty much, I think, way out in front if everything stays as it is right now. Because nobody going to be challenging the Aston Martin unless there's a full course caution, I think.
Yeah, Bill's only a lap better off in terms of the last visit to the pit lane. So effectively what you can say is, you mentioned the Black Dog Speed Shop McLaren. They've been out there on the 23rd lap out of the pits now. Team TGM also 23rd, Bill Auberlen on his 20th, Andrews on his 21st, Udell on his 19th, and Hindman on his, I think, scored across 22nd. So they're all within a handful of laps, 3 or 4 laps. Might that make a difference in the final analysis? Possibly. It'll just be how long they have to stop for fuel to get to the end, Jeremy, and who wants to make their final stop first. I can almost guarantee that as soon as the Joe Vardy Camaro, the Team TGM car, gets into the window, they'll be in. Matt Plum will be into the pit lane. They'll roll the dice from 5th position, won't they? Surely.
Yeah, of course they will. Yes, absolutely right. And the team that can gain the most if there's a full course caution potentially is number 23 car.
9th position.
He's running now in 9th position, but he just needs kind of a splash towards the end. And if there is a full course caution, we've gone now nearly. Well over an hour since the last caution period.
An hour and 18 to be precise.
Yeah, an hour 18 minutes, that's right. That's a car that would need a caution right now. And McAleer is just a new fastest lap of the race, by the way, 55.080. The lap record here is actually 54.0. That was set back in 2019 by Devin Jones in one of the BIMA World BMWs. So that's the race lap record here for GS.
So we're not. What did you say it was? Sorry, Jeremy. 50.
Basically a second quicker.
Yes.
54.0.
Thank you. Okay, well, that's interesting. Very interesting. So still a bit of time to fight. It's been quite warm in terms of the temperatures. As far as the track temperature is concerned. Shea Adam.
I've got a new one for you, John. You know how some people do rain dances?
Yeah.
Well, right now there are quite a few teams down on the pit lane doing yellow dances.
Well,
They're
sure.
hoping that a yellow comes out now because they are well within the window to make their final stop if they get a yellow. And they are optimistic that maybe one will just magically appear for them. I'm not entirely sure what a yellow dance looks like, but I'm sure if you look up and down the pit lane, TCR pits, you'll see it being done by a few teams.
Fastest TCR lap, Ryan Eversley, 157 rather, 0.489, and his last lap was a 57.8. He's dragging along his teammate Brian Henderson with him in those 2 Atlanta Speedworks Hondas, as Jeremy rightly pointed out a couple of 3 laps ago, are just outpacing the Hyundais. 4.5 seconds now the gap between those first 2 and the chasing Ryan Norman 3rd place car, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's right. They haven't yet put a lap on number 77 car, have
No,
they? So,
interestingly, that car does have the pace. That Elantra, the older car, with Mikey Lewis behind the wheel of that, isn't it? So he's just staying on the lead lap at the moment. AWA Giulietta is in there as well, but of course they are laps down as well in 6th.
Yeah,
6th position. Yeah.
Are they 2 laps? No, they're just 1 lap down. They're trying to get back on the lead lap. Actually.
Jeremy, we've got a Toyota off. One of the Riley Toyotas is off. It is the 21 car that's gone off at the outer loop. That is such a shame for the 3rd place car. And Scott Andrews breathes deeply. He's gone off sideways into the bright blue barriers. This is going to be a full course yellow, and the 7 car got in just beforehand. Now, how close was it? They were 2 seconds after the full course yellow, 3 seconds after the full course yellow was called. So that sure will depend whether they were in the pit commit lane.
Correct, and the pit commit lane is typically about 4 to 5 seconds before you trigger the pit in sensor. It's a bit earlier at Watkins Glen, actually starts before the curve of the final turn onto the front straight, turn 11. So you do get a bit more leniency with this, but I think this is Mike Johnson making a brilliant call.
We often talk about as much.
If he has done it, it was awfully close, John.
Yeah.
On the scoring system we show, it shows full course yellow, then it shows car number 7 entering the pit lane. That's the sequence on this. So we'll have to wait and see what is the definitive answer to that one, because that was the one thing that could have tripped them up. And this is certainly, if they have made that stop legitimately, then they are golden.
Yeah, you are given not a waiver, but you are given some leeway if you are in the pit commit area. And it looks like Scott just dropped that one. Yeah, he did. Massive understeer now. Did he have a puncture before he went into the barriers, coming through the outer loop? The car just taking off from the centre out and understeering into the barriers at speed. That happened very, very quickly indeed. A very odd accident. And I just wonder if there was another issue for that Toyota. What a shame for Riley and for Toyota Gazoo Racing, Jeremy. That car has run very well today, and it ends its race in the guardrail on the outer loop.
Yeah, that's a great shame to what would have been a tremendous performance by that team. They were on the same strategy as the other leaders. They would have been due to make a pit stop pretty much any time in order to be able to get to the end from here. But unfortunately, they caused that full course caution. And this is going to play into the hands, well, particularly the number 7 car, if it made it stop in time. Otherwise, the big gainer out of this for sure will be the number 23 car, which was going to need another pit stop. Now, if this is going to be a lengthy caution period, which it might well be, they might be able to get to the end from here, and if they're not having to save too much fuel, they should be okay. But this is going to be a really interesting race from here on out. And even with number 7 car coming in there and making that stop, everybody else is going to build all the other contenders in GS. They are still going to need to make a pit stop right now.
Correct.
And what that means is there will be the pass around before we go back to green. So all the cars on the lead lap in GS will be able to haul up onto the back of the number 7 car. So it really isn't going to make that much difference.
Alec Udell is scored as the leader in Winward Racing, number 57. So that is literally back to front for that car. On the first lap, remember, Bryce Ward braked to avoid running into the back of the team car, which at the time was being driven by his son. Rather unlucky, actually, because he'd made a really good start. Ended up facing the wrong direction at turn 6. Rejoined. Actually, he was 1 off last. He wasn't last. He was 1 off last. There was 1 car behind him. But that car is now leading the motor race under full course yellow. It's Bill Oberlin in second for the Turner BMW team. Then the Black Dog Speed Shop McLaren. Then Hugh Plum for Team TGM in the Camaro number 46. And all of these cars have been out for a considerable time. Cooper and Plum have been out now for 26 laps. So they're going to be on the leanest map they can have. We've seen 28 or 30 with a bit of safety car help, but they were certainly getting in towards where they would have had to pit anyway, Jeremy. So they won't want the pits to stay closed too long, because if they have to take emergency service, 5 seconds of fuel, then they must come back in again. That's going to really take them out of the fight.
Yeah, it is. But the number 7 car, they were able to make their stop, get back out again, still ahead of the number 23, and that could be absolutely critical in the closing stages of this race, because if they had not made it in before the caution period came out, and we still don't know that for absolute sure. We don't know. We haven't told there's going to be any penalties assessed, so we have to assume that they did make it in time. And therefore, when everybody else comes in, which is going to be, I think this time around, the pits are going to be opened. It'll put number 7 car back in the lead of this race. Yeah. So any cars that were in between the safety car and the class leader, i.e. in TCR, is able to run around to the back of the pack now.
So did the 77 stay on the lead, stay ahead? I think it did, didn't it? So the 77 TCR, the Hyundai Veloster, Mikey Lewis, I reckon they're going to get back on to the tail of the TCR field with pit stops to come, and we will have a proper scrap to the end. We've seen how quick that car is, Jeremy. It was able to run with it's one of the only Hyundais that's been able to run with the pace of the Hondas. So that car, I would say, I'm pretty certain that has stayed on the lead ahead of the leader in class. I think that's going to be a contender if that's the case. Meantime, there's some damage to the guardrail which is being looked at, and that may well need to be addressed. The Toyota, the more I look at what's happened there, the more I think there was an issue with that Toyota, whether it was a left front steering issue, suspension issue, tyre issue or whatever, but that car just took off on its driver, Scott Andrews, and it's just gone straight on basically without him having any opportunity to react. The initial impact point is quite a few yards down from where it came to rest.
It's right at the exit of that sweeping corner, isn't it? At the end of turn 5, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's come to rest where the wider part of the runoff starts to narrow down again, Jeremy, but it hit about 15-20 yards further back, and it's hit with some force that's actually punched a hole in between the bottom and the second row of the metal fencing there. Now, of course, there's damage to the left front of that car. The problem is we can't know whether that was cause or effect at this stage. 45 minutes to go. So anybody that pits in GS now can make it to the end, and we still have, I would say, a significant amount of yellow flag to go before we get back to green. The pits are open this time around for GS, and I would suggest, Mr. Shaw, after an hour and 20 minutes of green flag racing, that pretty much everybody down to that Volt Racing number 7 and some behind it as well is going to come into pit lane. Now, the Not Lad Racing Aston Martin might want to roll the dice here. They've only been out for 7 laps, but that is going to be very tight. It all depends on how much yellow flag we get here before we go back to green. If they roll the dice, they'll end up restarting in second place. It might be worth a shot.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the reset. I'm curious. All the TCR cars.
Yeah.
Are back. How are they back on the lead lap? Oh, that's because. Oh, that's right. Because the TCR cars were behind Trent Hinman, but when he pulled into the pits, the safety car picked up all the TCR cars, didn't he?
Correct.
So all the TCRs therefore are able to run around and pick up the end of they're back on the lead lap overall right now. So instead of having 12 cars on the lead lap, we've got 19, including 7 TCRs.
Yeah, and includes that 77 car, which did get around before. So when the safety car came out, that wasn't picked up. So that the top 7 in TCR are now on their 86th lap. So fighting as hard as Mikey Lewis was with his teammate Ryan Norman to start with, and then with Ryan Eversley and Brian Henderson from the Atlanta Speedworks Honda team, they did exactly the right thing. Exactly the right thing. All right, Shea, stand by for action. Let's go down to Shea for a VP Racing Fuel pit report. This should be last pit stop, Shea.
It should be, yes. And staying out on the racetrack was Trent Hinman in that Volt Racing Aston Martin. Every other one of the top 12 cars, though, into the pit lane. Alec Udell in the Mercedes for Windward Racing. He'll be staying aboard fuel and tires for that Mercedes as well. Bill Auberlen is in for fuel and tires in the Turner Motorsports BMW number 95. His teammate and co-driver in tomorrow's race, Robbie Foley, also into the pit lane for the same service. It is fuel only for the Black Dog Speed Shop. Nope, wait, they are doing tires too. They're working on the left sides of that car first. For the Black Dog Speed Shop number 34, Michael Cooper staying aboard. It was fuel only for Stephen McAleer, just a splash for that Not Lad Racing Aston Martin, and he's already back out and circulating. So that was a tricky little bit of running, and clearly they're going to tell Stephen to turn it up to full blast and go, go, go. Also into the pit lane, Matt Plum in the 46 Team TGM Camaro, Kenny Morello in the 65 Mercedes, and Andrew Davis in the number 8 Audi, as well as Mr. Jan Halen in that Porsche, the only Porsche in the field. Seems kind of strange to think about that. For Wright Motorsports fuel and tires for pretty much everybody up and down the lane.
Now, so the Not Lad Aston didn't roll the dice completely in terms of them going to the end, but they needed far less fuel, Jeremy, than everybody else, so their pit stop time was really short. Problem down at Turner. Shea Adam.
I think that was the 96 Turner Motorsport BMW that left with the fuel probe attached. There's fuel all over the pit lane, and the probe hose is dangling limply. That was the 96. That was Robbie Foley, the fuel man, getting pulled to the ground as well, as Robbie did come to a stop. That's going to hurt tomorrow, but that's a bit of equipment that's going to need some repair, and I really hope that's not the same rig that they have for the 6 hours tomorrow. Good news is they also have the 95 rig too, but they should not need to come back down the pit lane for more fuel, as another dreadful stop for the 34 Black Dog Speed Shop McLaren. The right front lug nut not wanting to sit and secure. Car is still up on the air jacks and still on the pit lane.
Can't decide if they can't get it off or can't get it on, to be honest, Shea, but they've tried everything on that, and they're shaking their heads at the moment. They're trying with some tools. Yeah, it wouldn't seat. It looks like the hub itself is a problem, and there's a couple of little lugs on there that they need to get the wheel over the top of. Meantime, we have welding equipment at the scene of the Toyota accident. The more I think about that, the more I'm sure that something went wrong with that car. It really took off and headed towards the scene of the accident. Left front puncture or a breakage on the left front would have done that. No chance for the driver at all. Yeah, just going back to the Aston Martin, the Not Lab car. Of course, they needed far less fuel, so it was effectively a splash and go for them. They had been in not so very long ago, 6-7 laps ago, so they were able to get out in front of everybody else.
Yeah, so it's going to be going to come down to a race then, basically between the two Aston Martins, Trent Hinman and Stephen McAleer. It's going to be fun.
Yeah,
unfortunately, the other Aston is was still just off. It's just it's one lap down, as is the pole sitter Kuno Whitmer in the AWA McLaren. So both those two cars are not going to be able to get themselves back into contention.
Which Aston was that, Jeremy? Sorry.
The numbers, the 09 car.
Ah, yes, the automatic car. Yeah,
the car, Stoner Car Care car that was running so fabulously well earlier on in this race.
I've got a feeling that Stephen McAleer is going to be. Well, actually, he's sitting. Scored in second rather after the pit stop, because they jumped everybody else. I wonder, with all the yellow, if they might not have stayed out. And one or two people might be thinking that's going to be quite a long barrier repair to get that done. Shea Adam is watching the TCR stops.
And you guys were just talking about, it was a very slow getaway for the 84 Honda. That car is not getting into gear as it should. A big puff of white smoke as it does register to leave. Fuel and tires for all of the Hyundais that came down the pit lane. Ryan Norman in the 98, Steven Simpson in the 54, Denny Dupont in the 19, and Michael Lewis in the 77. It looked like fuel and tires as well for the Honda of Ryan Eversley and Brian Henderson in the 94 and 84 cars, respectively. But you guys were just talking about Stephen McLaren, and I was just thinking, he's such a lucky guy. This is his third race of the weekend, and he gets to drive the cars with the coolest liveries. Jeremy told us about the Van Halen livery on the Aston Martin. He's also driving a Bud Light Lamborghini, so it's not a bad life if you're Stephen McAleer.
Yeah.
Hey, but the one car that did not stop in TCR was Trenton Estep in the CB Motorsports Hyundai. Car number 81, so he's stayed out on the racetrack, and he'll have to go a bit back behind all the GS cars right now, otherwise he'd be in second place across the line on this last lap. Just looking to when he was last in the pits about 10 laps before this full course caution period. He might be able to get to the end from there. I think he's going to have a hard time holding off the Hondas. But it's been a really good performance by that CB Motorsports team. Trenton Estep back behind the wheel of that car after Mark Kawami drove the middle stint.
He did 7.
It's certainly been a really good performance.
He did 7 green flag laps, Jeremy, before the yellows came out. So he's got 15 on his stint, but more than half of those are yellow flag laps now. And as I said, this is not the work of a moment. There needs to be some repairs. Now we see this a lot at the Nürburgring. They have the trucks that come around and they replace sections of the guardrail. It's not the work of a moment, and they have the specific equipment because they're so used to doing it. They normally have a slow zone to do it behind. Here we've got to do it behind the safety car. And Shea Adam has some news from race control, and it could be pivot Al to the destination of the big shiny trophy.
Pit entry, car 7 under review. Those are 6 words that Mike Johnson is not happy to see pop up on timing and scoring from the race control chat.
Well, they were about 4 seconds after the yellow was on the pit control channel, but as we've said, it's going to be about whether they were committed to the pit lane and in the pit commit lane. There is a bit of leeway given here because of the tightness of the entry and where the pit close sign is, and that will be looked at. However, it's been noted by race control. Now, normally, if somebody is being investigated for pit lane speeding or for passing under a yellow or for contact, you almost always know which ways that is going to go. This one is being looked at because it was tight. So whichever way this goes, we know that it has been looked at. That's what I will say here. And I'm not saying that to preempt the decision either way. I'm saying it to point out that it's been acknowledged by race control that it was tight and that there is leeway given here if you are in the pit commit lane, because it's thought of as much more dangerous if you have to dive back out again because you're turning in, and then your pit goes, oh no, pit's close, stay out, and you turn hard left onto one of the fastest parts of the race course. So that's why that is given to a bit of discretion at race control. Hallfield passing the area of repair, which continues. Looks like the oxy gear is being packed up, so I think we're going to have just under 30 minutes of racing to go if the race control and the race director thinks it's okay to continue and that the repair has been done in a way that they are happy with. I do wonder if there's a potential of putting some banded tyres in front of that. The worry will be that there's some structural damage to what is holding up the metal fencing. whether some of the posts need replacing. If some of the posts need replacing, we could be finishing under yellow. Safety car is out at the front of the field with 33 minutes remaining. I'll remind my co-commentators, we are looking for the Michelin moments of the race for TCR, one for TCR and one for GS. I tell you what, Jeremy, if they've got Trent Hinman in on time, that could be the Michelin moment of the race right there, couldn't it?
Yeah, very definitely. And if they didn't, it isn't.
Yeah. Bill Auberlen scored in second at the moment for BMW when all this is shaken out, with Spencer Pigot in third.
How they managed to do that? I mean, that was must have been an incredibly quick stop by number 95 team to get Bill out ahead of several others. And number 3 car is up into third position now. Spencer Pigot, he only needed a splash of fuel during this latest caution period, but Bill would have needed pretty much a full stint, I think, didn't he? I think he was last in on, when was he last in? Lap 61, I think, before that. So not quite sure how he managed to get out so quickly, and particularly number 23 car
Bill needed the stop.
Is in 5th position, which I thought would have been higher than that, needing just a splash.
Totally agree. Bill was 22 laps into a stint before the yellow came out, Jeremy, Bill Auberlen, so he was getting on to his last probably 4 or 5 laps. He did 3 behind the safety car, so that would have been pretty much a full fill. And you're right about the 23 Not Lad Aston. They'd only been out for 7 laps before they came in. Yeah, and my worst fears, I'm afraid, are realised with more heavy equipment being put in around the back of that fence at the exit of turn number 5, the outer loop, or in the middle of it. Shea Adam, championship view, while I keep an eye on the metalwork.
In terms of the championship coming into today, Kuno Whitmer had a 120-point advantage over Vin Barletta and Robbie Foley. Well, Kuno Whitmer currently down in 13th in GS. Robbie Foley and Vin Barletta, with the penalty coming from not leaving the pit box with the fuel equipment attached, they're going to drop down even further. They're currently in 11th. Sheena Monk and Spencer Pigot are 3rd in points. They have 730 compared to Kuno's 920. And they're 3rd right now on the racetrack, but in 2nd on the racetrack and only 10 points behind the McLaren duo, Bill Auberlen and Dylan McIvern. So this stands to be a very good points day for the number 95 Turner Motorsport BMW. I think they were paying more attention to that than anything else with that pit stop. Maybe if they had to short fill the car a little bit, expecting this to be along yellow, just to get that valuable track position, that's all worth it for them.
And Shea, can you see if you can get a quick line on the Turner Motorsport crew member, the fueler?
I've already got it for you.
Excellent.
His name is Aaron. He's fine. He's a tough dude. That is directly from Turner.
Yeah, I was going to say, when we saw that happen, people often ask me, why do they make you wear helmets in pit lane when you're only fueling? Well, he got dragged along and his head smacked off the back of the car, and without a helmet on, that would have been a really, really nasty incident. I thoroughly approve of full protective equipment in a pit lane. And if you're doing live fueling there, then obviously everyone has to have the fireproof overalls, goggles, face masks, gloves, boots, socks, etc. All of it. That's good news, Aaron. Well done, mate. Be out, I'm sure, doing the job again later on. Jeremy Shaw, your assessment of the situation.
Yeah, I was just going to add to what Shea was saying. Robbie Foley is in the 11th position right now. Actually, a penalty won't really have any effect, other than the fact he probably won't be able to make up any places from here, because he is at the back of the pack in GS, and he is a lap ahead of the next car in GS, which is the number 40 PF Racing Mustang. That is, I could say, is a lap down to everybody else. So he should be able to serve that penalty and get back out on the track without losing another position. if there's a sliver of good news for that number 95 team, number 96 team. But so, as Jay says, for number 95, they're looking very, very strong right now.
Okay. So
number 3 team. I mean, number 3 team came in here actually 10 points ahead of Bill Oberlin and Dylan McIvern. They're in third place in the points, 10 ahead of Oberlin. They're right behind him now. So, and that McLaren, we've seen how fast that McLaren is today. But its best lap at 1:55.4. Big Bill, Super Bill, call him what you like, Bill Oberlin, 55.5 in the number 95 BMW. So Spencer Pigot is certainly going to have his work cut out if he wants to take away that position, which is what he would need to do to maintain his current point position ahead of number 95 BMW in what will be, we hope, the final stages of this race.
It's Jeremy Shaw, I'm John Hindorfer in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Heavy equipment over at the outer loop with barrier damage, the issue at the moment. I've just seen a thumbs up there. Some groundwork was going on behind the barriers with the whole field going by at the moment. There's not much they can do to move that equipment away, but when they do, they can take the shortcuts and get it back out of harm's way. So we might be able to go back to green flag in another lap, possibly two, as long as that repair is to the approval of race control. Well, all of the vehicles are moving away. The barrier is looking a little worse for wear. I don't think that was the issue. I think, to be honest, it was the stanchions behind it and whether they were attached and therefore providing the right kind of support. And that was the work that was going on there. So 25 minutes to go, Jeremy. Looks like we're going to have a sprint for the finish here in the Tioga Downs Casino Resort 240 at the Glen, and this one could get even messier than we've already had. We've had an hour and a half of full course yellow so far, so the 240 has been reduced by 90.
Yeah, the good news is we had an hour, better part of an hour and a half of all green, so let's think positive and think we can do the same to get to the end of the race from here. But you're right, the early part of the race was pretty messy. And there's all sorts of propensity for more incidents here with some cars that are fast a little bit further back in the pack than they would otherwise think. But this is going to be a fascinating, I think, final 20 minutes or so of this race, and it's certainly looking good here for Trenton Hinman. He's got a very, very fast car, and he's going to be a hard guy to get past. But Bill Oberlin in second place, the most successful driver in top-line American sports car racing. 63 victories to his name in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and he's had a lot of success here in the Michelin Pilot Challenge as well, with another 16 victories here. So he would like to make it number 17 today. Spencer Pigot hasn't won a race in this series yet. He's running there in the third position. Matt and Hugh Plum, his brother, in fourth place in the Team TGM Chevrolet Camaro. Matt Plum is the most successful driver in the history of this championship in terms of race wins. He has won 23 times in the past, and he would love to make it 24, and Hugh would like to add his 11th win. So, there's all sorts of things to play out. And then in fifth place is Stephen McAleer in the not lad Aston Martin, which has set the fastest lap of the race so far. Everything to play for.
Everything. And that's only in GS. In TCR, yes. We've now got 8 cars on the lead lap. A whole bunch of Hyundais in the middle, with Trenton Estep leading for CB Motorsports. A couple of very quick Hondas in there. And the Alfa now back on the lead lap as well, in 8th position. And that car has been rapid in a straight line in particular. So this could all get very interesting very quickly, and with just 20 minutes to go, or a little over by the time we come back to green, there's not time to mess about here. The strategy cards have been played. Any dice that was going to be rolled were rolled, and now basically it's go for it. If you've got anything left in the fast draw, unlock the fast draw, get it out and put it on the table, whatever's in there, because there's no point in saving it any longer. Tyre performance, driver performance, additional fuel, everything turned up to full rich, everything turned up to 11. Let's go racing for what's going to be about 21 minutes to the checkered flag. If we can keep it green, so much the better. But whichever way this goes, there's going to be action in the Michelin Pilot Challenge here at the Glen. And we'll be doing it again next Friday with a 2-hour race. IMSA Prototype Challenge and WeatherTech as well. And we've still got the feature race of the weekend, the Sailing 6 Hours, to come. Now, in the pit lane, no, we've gone back to green, excuse me. Slightly confused by what we're seeing on the screen there. Volt Racing leading, and a great start by Trent Hinman as they get away. And not sure what was going on behind there, Jeremy, but something very odd at the restart there, it seems.
It was lapped cars in between Trent Hinman and the rest of the pack, led by Bill Oberlin. There were 3 lapped cars in there, number 93 Audi, in addition to Chad McCumbee in the PF Racing Mustang, and Kuno Whitmer in the McLaren. All those 3 cars trying to get back on the lead lap.
21 minutes to go, as we thought. 2 seconds between Hinman and Oberlin. And the battles now are pretty desperate. Everybody has got to go for it, as I said. Still waiting to hear about the potential penalty on the lead car, whether it got into the pit lane on time. We have, though, Shea, got 2 penalties, one at least of which we were expecting.
Correct. The 96 has had the penalty handed down. Robbie Foley leaving the pit box with the fueler still attached in the fuel probe 2. That's a drive-through, but also for the 09 automatic racing, leaving with equipment attached, that also drive-through penalty for the Aston Martin.
Okay, it's not going to affect what's going on at the front of the field, in fairness. 20 minutes to go, Jeremy. You're rubbing your hands, aren't you? I can tell, Mr. Shaw. You love
the pencil.
Yeah, well, really, yes. You might have to write really quickly. TCR, the blue and green CB Motorsports Hyundai Veloster comes on to the front straight.
In second place.
In second place now, because Ryan Eversley has already got by and cleared off into the distance. Hyundai Elantra just gives the second of the Atlanta Speedworks cars. Brian Henderson a little bit of a nudge. That was Ryan Norman continuing that battle that he and Brian have been having for about the last hour, it seems. But Ryan Eversley at the moment is the TCR driver on the move. Made up 10 seconds in a green flag run after the previous pit stops to pull himself back into contention, and now has gone through into the lead of the motor race. To lead again, I should say, in the motor race, because he did actually pass on pure pace. Now, the number 77, which was fighting so hard, Mikey Lewis, Brian Hurd at Autosport Veloster, the 77 car, stayed on the lead lap, is on the lead lap, was in 9th, is already up to 6th position. And that's why, Jeremy Shaw, they were fighting so hard to stay on the lead lap for what? Half an hour, 40 minutes, they were back and forth?
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, they're now in a position to be able potentially to challenge at least. We talked about the pit stop number 54 car, that drops them out as a result of was that a penalty stop, by the way, number 54?
Little pickup issue.
Oh no.
Disappointing. Okay, so that's dropped them back a little bit, but yeah, no, this is it's a great restart there by Trent Hinman. He is edging away here in the lead, and now Spencer Pigot is under increasing pressure from Stephen McAleer. That in the battle for third and fourth places.
And here comes the penalty, Shea Adam. The TV was showing the replay, and here is the race sorted right here.
Late pit entry, drive-through, car 7. Not so much that he wasn't already committed to the pit end, but he was not committed to the pit end at the right point for Trent Hinman. So that is a drive-through for the Volt Racing with Archangel, because he did cut across the solid yellow line to come into the pit lane right before the yellow came out. That's what race control was looking at the restart, which was the video that we saw. But John, also just want to say, we did not mention the color. We did not mention the color of the Alpha, and the Alpha is going slowly around the track. It just made it into the pit lane. Looks like it had some sort of suspension issue on the right side.
Okay, thank you. Also, flat tyre for the number 5 car as well. That is the Alpha, excuse me. Yeah, it is flat tyre as reported by the marshals on the track, excuse me for that. So, on such small margins, Jeremy, etc., we've been talking cliches all day today, and that's going to hurt for Volt and Archangel, for Alan Brynjolfsson and for Trent Hinman. So not so much the time as the place that they came into the pit lane across the solid line.
Yeah, and that's a mistake that they really didn't need to make, because they were in great shape without that. So I'm clearly the team thought they had made it in accordance with the regulations. Otherwise they would have just waded through, he'd have gone back out again, and it was stopped with everybody else next time around. So they kind of outsmarted themselves there a little bit, but very, very unfortunate also for that team. But what a battle we've got now, with Bill Omlin will be leading this race once number 7 car comes into the pits, and not far behind him is that battle between Spencer Pigot and Stephen McAleer.
Yeah, we've got 3 cars within a couple of seconds, haven't we, for the top 3 spots. They'll leave Trent Hinman out there for the 3 laps that they are allowed to try and build up as much of a lead as possible. I also suspect there might be a bit of back and forth going on as well, but the video replay seemed to show that they cut across late into the pit lane. We've already seen a penalty for that assessed earlier on in the race today. So Stephen McAleer now in with a chance of being back on the podium for the Aston Martin, Jeremy. He's right up the tailpipes of the motorsports in action McLaren. That will end up being the battle for second position. Bit of a gap then, 5.5 seconds back to Matt Plum. So he's not quite in the scrap at the moment for a podium position. But my goodness, there's some fan favourite teams there. Turner Motorsport in action, Not Lad Racing and Team TGM, then Murillo Motorsports, Racing rather, Wright Motorsports, all in what will be the top 6.
Yeah, and here comes Hinman into the pits now to serve that penalty. He's just turned his 2 best laps of this race before making the pit stop. It's all too little too late. He's going to lose a lot of ground here. He's going to come out, I think, most likely in the 10th position for Trent Hinman.
Yeah, glum faces down on the Volt Archangel pit box, trundling down the pit lane on the pit lane speed limiter. Will feel he might as well have put that in reverse. He'll feel it. He'll be seeing just to his left all the cars going through at full speed on the front straight, and as he cycles back in, he's behind all of the GS runners that are in the top positions. He's even got a couple of had insult to injury. He's got a couple of TCR cars he's going to have to pass now. Actually, yeah, probably 2 or 3 TCR cars that he's going to have to pass, and they're having their own scrap at the moment. Fortunately, he got out ahead of the 6-car gaggle as he comes through. Hinman, that is, comes through the Yeah, that's a great scrap. But that's
what a good
TCR.
job. Yeah, Denny Dupont in the Van der Steur Racing Hyundai is right behind Trenton Estep, and then all the Brian Herder Autosport phalanx of cars behind him.
Yeah, so it is
Great
good.
battle.
It is good news for Hindman. Actually got out ahead of the biggest battle of the TCR cars, and they are now sitting in behind him. It's the blue-white, mostly blue and white Veloster that is leading that run of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. Yeah, 6 cars. Ryan Eversley 4 seconds up the road.
Yeah, pulling away. It's game over there, and something goes wrong for that Atlanta Speedworks car. But meanwhile, up front, Bill Oberlin, he's got the hammer down. He's stretching his lead a little bit, but now Stephen McAleer has got himself up into second place.
We could yet have a Michelin moment of the race. It's 1.5 seconds between Oberlin and McAleer. Spencer Piggott now down into third. 77 Hyundai, remember, on the back end of the lead lap. Where's that now? Answer, 4th place, and at 3/4 of a second off a podium finish for the Hyundai Veloster from Brian Herter Motorsport, the Mikey Lewis car. As we were seeing, he battled long and hard, fell off the lead lap, got back on the lead lap, battling with his teammate, the car that's actually behind him at the moment, Ryan Norman. Those two were battling when Ryan was in the lead. They're going into the inner loop now. Looks to me as though the Veloster just turns a little bit better and is a little more stable through that area of the circuit. Well, I'll tell you now, that's my moment of the race in TCR. Mikey Lewis fighting to stay on the lead lap, because that has given him a chance at the podium finish, and that was a proper ding-dong battle that was going on. And then when he managed to pull away from his teammate Jeremy, he had the two Hondas right up with him, and he managed to hold them off as well, and that was pivotal for the finish of that car.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult decision. There's a lot of great calls in this race. The number 81 team has called a great strategy, as
yes.
Number 19 in TCR as well, running in the second position, I think, at the moment for Denny Dupont, the Belgian. And that's been a really, really fine performance. This has been all about Atlanta Speedworks. They've not really had to do anything too tricky in this race. They've just got a fast car, and Ryan Eversley is taking full use of it. And as a result of that, should potentially take over the lead of the championship. Yes.
New fastest lap of the race overall by Aston Martin, number 7, Trent Hindman, 5 seconds to Alec Udell to be able to take another position. 1:54.8, the fastest lap of the race there. And at the front of the TCR field, Ryan Eversley still has that class's fastest lap of the race of 57.4. That was done a little time ago, in fairness. But Hindman, Trent Hindman, with his dander certainly up now, as Bill Oberlin is starting to see the red, white and black of the Not Lad Racing by RS1 Aston Martin getting a little larger, a little brighter. Could it be 2 in a row for Aston Martin with 2 different teams? Is it time for the 95 to be on the top step of the podium?
Said his best lap of this race is Bill Oberlin, 1:55.408 last time around, but even that wasn't enough. Stephen McAleer a couple of tenths of a second quicker in that second place Aston Martin. This is a battle.
So Hindman having to come down the pit lane from the lead, and that's why he's now in 10th position after being so close to a perfect call to get them in to the pit lane. Again, it would seem from the video that we've seen in race control, we're looking at it just before the restart, that it was more from where he came from to get in the pit lane rather than how close to the call for the full course yellow. And both first and second place cars, by the way, riding right out off the track at the exit of turn 1. Need to be careful with that. Personal best being set right throughout the field. Starting to open out at the front of the field though, the top 3. I've got a 7-second gap back to Matt Plum for Team TGM and the Chevy Camaro. It's been a pretty quiet run for the Plum brothers today, Jeremy, but 4th position. I mean, they're unlucky, they're 1 step off the podium, but that's been a decent run, kept out of trouble and just kept on trucking, really.
Very much so, yeah. It has been a great performance by that team. They qualified well. They qualified in the 5th position, so it's just been a good week all the way around for Team TGM and that number 46 car. But it's this battle for the lead we're watching right now. Bill Oberlin is driving his heart out there. Another 1 minute 55.5 last time around, so just a 1/10 of a second away from his best lap of the race, which was set just a few laps to go.
Yeah, and meantime the battle for 3rd in TCR is down to less than a couple of tenths of a second. So that number 77 Veloster, Mikey Lewis behind the wheel, is right with Trent Nestep in the CP Motorsports. So it's 1 Honda and then 3 Hyundais. The 1 Honda has got 4 seconds on the 3 Hyundais, but they are battling for 2 steps on the podium between the 3 of them. And that is going to go right the way until the end of the race. Denny Dupont in the 19 is a second. Oh, off! Estep has gone off. There's something wrong with that car. Something's locked up. He's got a lock up. I think he's got a brake binding on the left front. That's sounded. Oh, suspension's gone. Suspension's gone on the left front. What an extraordinary thing to happen. Trenton Estep then battling with Mikey Lewis, and that car has stopped. Now where is Lewis? Lewis is up into 3rd. Did they touch? The front wheel is pointing in completely the wrong direction, Jeremy, coming out of turn 8.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? A failure there, and no, he was in the 2nd position, wasn't he, behind number 19 car. So look if we can see what happened.
Well, I didn't see any contact just before it broke. Whether there was something that happened before that, Jeremy, but it's a steering arm that's gone on the 81 car.
We've got a battle for the lead too, which we kind of need to get to, because Stephen McAleer is right with Bill Oberlin.
McAleer then, as they are going to hit a bit of traffic in a moment as well, because it will be the number 54 TCR car that comes into play.
Here we go.
Oberlin and McAleer coming onto the front straight with time rapidly running out. Michael Johnson Racing is the next car that they will catch. He's just gone through turn 1, defensive down into turn 1 for Bill Oberlin, goes out over the curb. So does the following Aston. These guys are right on the ragged edge here, Jeremy.
Yeah,
the Aston.
And the problem for Bill is that Aston is super quick on the super fleet on the straight line, and this is where he's going to defend the position. Bill Oberlin once again, we saw it down the front straight, and he, unlike I think in the Porsche Cup race earlier on, he's not going to leave the door open. Actually, he is. He just trusts his instincts there. Bill Oberlin able to maintain that lead into the inner loop.
But he's gone wide coming out of the inner loop, and no second opportunity required. A brilliant opportunist manoeuvre for Stephen McAleer. Maybe a little mistake in the middle of the inner loop by Bill Oberlin. He got the car airborne over the first curb. That put him out of sync with the rest of the corners. He was wide into the exit, and McAleer pulls the Aston down to the right hand side, goes through on the low side before the outer loop. That, Jeremy, was brilliant driving by both, because it would have been easy for those two to come together, but McAleer has taken his chance And the Aston Martin, the Notland Racing by RS1, is back into the lead of the motor race with 3 minutes to go. What drama at the end of this race.
Sensational performance by this team. It's just the second race of the season. They ran the race at Daytona, the beginning, the first 4-hour race of the season. And what a performance it has been here by, first of all, by Patrick Gallagher, who's one of the most deserving young men in this business. He's worked so hard to make opportunities for himself. And Stephen McAleer, ditto. I mean, there's a youngster from Glasgow who came over to the United States, and they're looking here at potentially a fantastic victory for this team.
Yeah, Stephen has done a great job. He's worked so hard to get himself to this position. Yeah, Bill just drifted away from the third apex, and that was all. It was the old cut back, wasn't it, down the inside from Stephen McAleer. He's learned that from his MX5 racing days. So sometimes that's the only way you can do it, and there's absolute unbounded joy on the pit wall as they begin to pass the traffic. By the way, Jan Halen is now right up with Matt Plum for in fact, he's gone through into 4th position. So Halen up into 4th position. Matt Plum, despite putting in some very good sectors, couldn't hold on to that. And Halen charging, having put his fastest lap of the race in not so very long ago, 55.7. That was, in fact, last time around, that's what got him on the back of Matt Plum, and he will be in 4th position. But with time about to expire, I don't think he's going to close enough. He's got 8 seconds to get onto the back of Spencer Pigot.
How high can Hinman get? He's just surpassed Kenny Murillo for 9th position, and he's right behind Andrew Davis and Alec Udell as well, who were battling over 6th and 7th.
Well, Udell's got ahead of Murillo as well. I think he's moving forward too, because Hinman's been tracking him for a little while. But as you say, very close indeed. Got 3 cars separated by just 7/10 of a second. It'll be white flag this time for the leader. We're still looking for our moment of the race in both categories. I'll ask my co-commentators to jot them down on our production chat, if you don't mind. I think Bill might be running out of tyres. You know, he went very, very wide at turn 1 there.
It really does suit the Aston Martin, and you know, it's been a tremendous performance by that Turner Motorsport team to even get themselves into position to potentially win the race. But if they can stay where they are right now, this will be I have to figure out the points. Maybe not quite enough to take the championship lead. I'll figure that out shortly. But it's been a great performance by that entire organisation.
Well, Stephen McAleer, a very early guest on what was to become Midweek Motorsport. We followed his career with some interest. He's fought hard to keep himself in motor racing. We talked to him, he was back in his homeland, stacking shelves on an overnight shift in a supermarket, trying to raise money to come back to the States to do some more racing. And he's clawed his way up through the IMSA ranks. And this is a good day. This is when all of that will pale into insignificance. All of those doubts, all of those hard days and nights have been leading to a top step of the podium in the Michelin Pilot Challenge at the Tioga Downs Casino Resort. 240 at the Glen, and Aston Martin win 2 in a row with 2 different customer teams. The team go wild, and Stephen McAleer has brought it home to take the checkered flag. Bill Oberlin in 2nd place, the most successful driver in IMSA competition, has had to give best to Stephen McAleer. Spencer Pigot will bring the motorsport in action. McLaren into 3rd position. Magnificent stuff. What a fabulous race at the front of the field. And that number 23 team should be very pleased indeed. Patrick Gallagher did his bit at the beginning as well, of course. And Ryan Eversley brings the Atlanta Speedworks car. They locked out the front row. Looked like it wasn't going to go their way. Todd Lamb did his bit. And Ryan Eversley, with a great run at the end in a fast car, has turned that front row into a victory. Ryan Norman in second, and Mike Lewis in third has got on the podium. What a run that was. Remember, Taylor Hagler was in the gravel earlier on. Michael Lewis fighting to stay on the lead lap for a good 40-45 minutes against his teammate and his major competition, the fast Hondas. And our Michelin moment of the race is that battle to stay on the lead lap, which has eventually netted them third place. They were in 9th at the time, but almost a full lap off. That's the Michelin moment of the race for TCR. And in the GS category, the opportunist pass for the lead by Stephen McAleer on the veteran Bill Oberlin. Caught him, pressured him, passed him, wins it. That's the Michelin moment of the race in GS. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Oh my goodness me. Let's see if we can pick up.
What a race.
What a race. Jeremy Shaw, try and sum that one up in 2,552 words or fewer.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, it was a slow start to the day, wasn't it, for these guys? Too many cautions early on, but just the one caution in the final. 2 hours and 13 minutes of this race, and what a great race it was all the way around. Some tremendous performances. Hats off to that Not Lad Racing by RS1. The RS1 team, of course, was the winner of this championship, and Justin Pellanzoni there has done a fabulous job with that little organisation. And Matt Dalton, hats off to him for giving the opportunity for Stephen McAleer to join Patrick Gallagher.
Let's see if we can speak to Todd Lamb. Todd, it's Hindhoff here. Can you hear me? Hello, Todd. Of course, he's standing right under a speaker, isn't he? Hello, Todd, can you hear us? Has not been our friend, technology, today. Brilliant stuff. Just to recap on our 2 Michelin moments of the race. The 77 Hyundai, Michael Lewis, Taylor Hagler. Taylor in the gravel earlier on and having to fight back. She got unceremoniously nerfed off, remember. And then Michael Lewis fighting to stay on the lead lap. Seemed somewhat fruitless at the time, but it's paid off with a podium. And that's why you do that. And that's why, just because you've got the leaders coming up behind you, doesn't mean you've got to park the car. Magnificent stuff. He didn't affect the lead battle, even though it was with his teammate for a while. And the opportunist manoeuvre at the end, Stephen McAleer going by the most successful driver in terms of wins in IMSA history, Bill Oberlin, to claim a famous victory for RS1 for Not Lad Racing. And by the way, we should say hello to team owner and driver who isn't here, who is Mike Dalton. Matt Dalton recovering from an incident at VIR. Your boys did good. They certainly did. Jeremy Shaw to take some unofficial points at the end of the Tioga Dance Casino 240 here at the Glen.
Yeah, Kuno Whitmer with the 14th place finish here. I think he will maintain the overall lead in GS on 1,090. From 4th to 2nd will jump Bill Oberlin and Dylan McAvern on 10:40. 10 points ahead of Sheena Monk and Spencer Piggott. Spencer Piggott's first podium finish here. They will now be third in the points, and Robbie Foley and Vin Barletta, with that penalty towards the ladder stages, they'll be 30 points behind the third place car in 4th. In TCR, we've got the moment for TCR as well.
Of course.
It's even closer. Ryan Eversley, with the win today, will take the lead by 10 points over Taylor Hagler and Michael Lewis. And with the second place finish again today for Parker Chase and Ryan Norman from the back of the pack, they will be just 110 points behind the leaders in third place in TCR.
An absolutely extraordinary 4-hour race. The unfortunate part of it, if only we could have had more green flag racing. We had an hour and 33 behind the beautiful Corvette C8 safety car, but we would rather have seen a little less of that, if the truth be told. But it hasn't disappointed, with the usual storylines through all of both of the classes.
Congratulations to my buddy.
And don't forget, they're coming back to do it again on Friday afternoon with a 2-hour race.
Yeah, I got a beverage here, man. Hey, brother.
The celebration is starting earlier. Thought for Turner Motorsport, so near but yet so far in second position, just a second away with the number 95 car. Ultimately, I think Bill was running out of tyres at the end. Great drive by Sheena Monk and Spencer Piggott into third position. There's another great story there, Jeremy, for Motorsport in action. The Mia McLaren on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's been a tremendous day for them. The first podium for Spencer Piggott, the second for Sheena, because she won a race last season. But for the leaders here, both former MX5 Cup champions. This is the 9th win in IMSA competition for Stephen McAleer. He was a 2015 champion in the ST, what was then the ST category. For Patrick Gallagher, his second win in this championship. The other win came right here at Watkins Glen back in 2018.
Well, if that was the aperitif, then we have the main course tomorrow. Oh my goodness, what a feast of motorsport we are looking forward to here at the Glen. Thanks for joining us and our technical teams at the track at Charlotte and over in London, getting us to the world. Shea Adam was our VP Racing Fuel pit and paddock reporter. Jeremy Shaw joined me, John Hindhaugh, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. And Eve Hewitt was our responsible adult. A very big thank you to Tyler Norling, who made sure we could be heard all around the circuit. Take a deep breath, chill out, and then come back and let's do it again for the Sale in 6 hours tomorrow. That was great Michelin Pilot Challenge racing. Oh, isn't it always? See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.